had no reason to be out there. That's the truth. I wasn't running from anything. I wasn't chasing peace. I wasn't trying to find myself. I just got tired of my apartment, tired of the same walls, tired of the sounds outside my window every night. It was always something. Dogs barking, cars screeching, sirens wailing, or couples fighting somewhere in the alley. It started to crawl under my skin. So I took a break. Just a break. That's what I told myself. I booked an old cabin that was listed on some off-brand rental site. It wasn't one of those modern glass homes with hot tubs and fancy coffee makers. No, it was just a rough old wooden structure buried way up in the mountains, deep in the trees, down a narrow dirt road with no markings and no name. Took me 6 hours to drive up there. 3 of those hours were through empty, curving roads. By the time I pulled into the thin gravel path leading up to the cabin, it was already getting dark. The shadows from the trees had swallowed up the sky, and it felt like I had been swallowed up with them. The cabin looked like no one had been there for years. Paint was chipped. A few of the wooden boards on the porch were crooked. There was no lock on the front door, just a rusty handle and a heavy bolt that slid across from the inside. That should have been a sign to leave, but I didn't feel any threat. Just isolation. Inside was nothing special. One small room with a cot and a wood stove. A sink with no running water. A toilet that didn't flush. Just a large compost bucket sealed with a lid and some powder. There was no power, no signal, no sounds. The air was thick and cold. But I told myself this is what I came for, quiet. The first night was fine. I lit a candle, laid down in the cot, and listened to the wind move through the cracks in the boards. I thought it was peaceful, even comforting. I had my sleeping bag, some canned food, a flashlight, and a battery-powered radio. Felt simple. No distractions, no screens, no noise. The second day, I went for a short hike up a trail that wasn't marked on any map. It looked like it had been made by animals or maybe hunters a long time ago. I followed it for about a mile before it disappeared into thick brush and rocks. I came back to the cabin and spent most of the day reading and writing. I felt fine. I was even thinking maybe I could do this every year, disappear for a week and get back to the basics. But by the third day, things started to feel different. Not dangerous, just wrong. Not in an obvious way. The air felt heavier. The trees outside seemed too still. I noticed small things that didn't make sense. A bird feeder hanging from a branch that I never saw before. Fresh footprints outside the cabin that weren't mine. One set, deep and narrow, boot prints. I checked to see if maybe I walked that way and forgot, but my boots were wider. I tried to shake it off. Maybe someone else was camping nearby. That night, I locked the bolt across the door before laying down. I didn't sleep as easy. Every small creak felt louder. The wind had stopped completely. No animals, no rustling leaves, just silence. Deep, thick silence. When I woke up, the candle I left on the table was gone. That part stuck with me. I always left it on the little metal tray by the window. But when I woke up, the tray was empty. The wax was gone. Not melted. Gone. I checked around, thinking maybe it fell or I knocked it over during the night. But it wasn't anywhere. The matchbox I kept beside it was also missing. I stepped outside. It was early morning. Light was barely pushing through the trees. I stood on the porch and looked around. I thought maybe an animal took it, maybe a raccoon. But a candle? With no scent? Then I saw something that made me stop. About 20 feet out, between 2 trees, there was a circle made from small rocks. Inside that circle was a line of dirt drawn in a pattern I didn't recognize. Maybe a spiral. In the center was a blackened piece of wax. The candle, melted down, still warm. I didn't go near it. I just stared. I remember standing there for at least a minute, just breathing. Not scared yet, not panicking, just confused, trying to think through it, trying to understand if it made any kind of sense. Didn't. I hadn't left the cabin all night. I would have heard someone. I should have heard something. That night I didn't sleep much. I kept the flashlight on for most of the night. I didn't light another candle. I didn't want to see it missing again. Around 2 or 3 a.m., I started hearing soft thuds outside. Not footsteps exactly, but movement, like someone dropping small stones. I got up and pressed my ear to the wall. The sound stopped. I turned off the flashlight and waited. Nothing. Then, just before dawn, a loud crack, like a branch breaking, right outside the wall behind the cot. I didn't go outside. I didn't look. In the morning, I packed my bag. I planned to leave early. I'd had enough. I didn't care about my paid days. I just wanted out. When I stepped outside, I found something on the porch, a small wooden carving of a man, about 4 inches tall, crude, like it had been whittled with a pocket knife. It looked just like me. Same jacket, same boots, my bag carved into the back. It had a line cut across the neck, not deep but clear. I left it there. I didn't care what it meant. I walked straight to my car and tried to start it. The engine turned, then sputtered, then nothing. I tried again. Nothing. Battery was fine. Fuel was full, but it wouldn't start. I opened the hood. I don't know much about engines, but I saw something that made me stop. The wires connected to the ignition coil were cut. Clean, not chewed, cut with something sharp. I knew I didn't do that, and animals couldn't. Someone had done it. I sat in the car for almost an hour, thinking about what to do. I had no phone signal. The nearest town was 20 miles down that dirt road. I hadn't seen a single car since I arrived. No one knew exactly where I was. I didn't even have the full address, just GPS coordinates. I hadn't told anyone back home the full location. I thought about staying another night. Maybe someone would come up the road. But a part of me felt like that wasn't an option anymore. Something had changed. I felt watched. I kept looking over my shoulder, listening for movement. I packed a small bag with water, 2 cans of beans, a flashlight, a knife, and some granola bars. I left the rest in the cabin and started walking. I followed the road for hours, curved endlessly through the trees. No signs, no turns, just dirt and gravel and trees. By midday, my legs were aching. My water was low. I had no idea how far I'd come. I kept thinking I'd see another car or a house or even a mailbox. Then I saw the cabin again. Same broken porch step, same crooked windows, same pile of chopped wood beside the door. I thought I'd gone crazy. I walked in a straight line, no turns. I hadn't gone back, but I was standing in front of the same cabin I had just left that morning. I opened the door slowly. Everything was just as I left it, except for one thing. On the table, where the candle used to be, was the wooden carving of me. But now it had no head. It had been snapped off and left beside the body. I didn't go inside. I walked back down the road again, this time faster, pushing through the pain in my legs. I walked until the sun dropped behind the trees. Then I walked into the dark, using the flashlight. I didn't stop walking until I collapsed. When I woke up, I was lying in the grass, not on the road, in the woods. I could see the cabin again, not far, maybe 50 feet. I couldn't explain how I got there. I had no memory of turning. My legs were scraped. My bag was missing. I wanted to scream, but I just stood. I stood and stared and waited for something to make sense. Nothing did. The next few days blurred. I tried every direction, every path, north, south, east, west. I followed the sun. I watched the moon. I marked trees. I drew arrows in the dirt. Every time I thought I had escaped, I found myself back at the cabin, sometimes from the front, sometimes from the back. Once, I came up from the side and saw smoke rising from the chimney. I hadn't lit the stove. I didn't go inside that time. I hid behind the trees, watched the window, no movement, but the candle on the table was burning. That night, I heard a second set of footsteps on the porch. Not boots this time, bare feet, slow and dragging. I held my knife tight and didn't sleep. The last morning I spent there, I found a small circle of rocks again. Same pattern, but this time in the center was a carving of me. Larger, more detailed, painted. The head was missing again. Beside it was my bag. Everything inside was soaked with water. Even the sealed cans. Even my flashlight batteries. That was the last time I went near the cabin. I kept I had been needing a break from everything for a while. My job was making me feel like I was always trying to catch up and never fully ahead. Deadlines, meetings, and that constant tension in my chest. Like something was always waiting to go wrong. I didn't want a beach or a tourist town. I wanted something quiet, away from people, far from roads, phones, or even the sound of traffic. Just trees, cold air, and quiet. I found a cabin listed on a small private website. It wasn't on Airbnb or any of the big travel sites. The pictures were grainy and looked like they were taken with an old phone. It showed a small, one-story wooden cabin with a tin roof, some firewood stacked outside, a single solar panel on one corner, and thick woods all around it. The description said it had a wood stove, a bed, a table, and a small gas burner to cook on. No electricity except what the small panel could store. No plumbing. It said there was a composting toilet out back and a freshwater spring about a 3-minute walk from the door. That was perfect. It was early October when I went. The guy who rented it out sent me GPS coordinates and told me I'd have to park at the end of a dirt road and hike about 20 minutes to get to the cabin. He said there was no cell service past the first bend in the trail. That sounded even better. I packed all the things I thought I'd need: sleeping bag, extra blankets, canned food, a good knife, flashlight with spare batteries, small cooking gear, my old hiking boots, warm clothes, and a solar-powered charger for emergencies. I also brought a first aid kit and a map of the area just in case. The drive up was uneventful. I left early in the morning to get there before dark. I reached the end of the dirt road at around 3:30 in the afternoon. There was a small clearing where I could park my car, just like the guy said. I locked everything up, put on my pack, and started the hike. The trail was rough but clear enough to follow. There were no signs, but it had clearly been walked before, maybe by other renters or hunters. The air was cool and damp, and I could smell pine and fallen leaves. After about 15 minutes, I crossed a small stream using an old wooden plank someone had placed over it. Then the trail narrowed and twisted up a slight hill. A few more turns and I saw the cabin through the trees. It looked exactly like the photos, only more weathered. The wood siding had gone gray with age, and the roof had a few rusty streaks. The windows were small, and the front steps creaked under my boots when I climbed them. I went inside. It smelled of old wood and a little like mice, but it wasn't bad. There was a single bed in the corner with a thin mattress and a stack of folded blankets on top. The wood stove sat on a stone slab near the back wall, and the table and 2 chairs were near the window. Everything looked used but clean. There was a shelf with some pots, a pan, matches in a tin, and a few candles. I felt good right away. I dropped my bag and opened the small window for some air. That first evening was peaceful. I got a fire going in the stove, opened a can of beans, and heated it up on the burner. After eating, I stepped outside to take a look around. The light was fading fast, and the woods were already deep in shadow. The trees here were thick, tall spruce and fir with a few bare birches mixed in. The air was quiet, just the rustle of dry leaves now and then. No cars, no voices, no engines, just stillness. I stood out there until the cold made my fingers numb. Then I went back in, closed the door, and settled in for the night. I read for a bit by flashlight and then turned it off. It took me a while to fall asleep, but when I did, it was deep. I didn't wake up once. The next few days followed a routine. I'd wake up around 7, usually with the sky just starting to lighten through the window. I'd make some instant coffee with my small camping kettle, eat something simple, and go walk the woods. I'd follow deer trails or climb ridges and sit there for a while, just listening to the quiet. I kept a journal and took notes about the area, mostly out of habit. It felt good to move without rushing. On the 3rd morning, I noticed something odd. The pile of firewood outside the cabin had shifted. It wasn't a big change, but I remembered stacking some extra pieces the night before in a particular way. One thick log across 2 smaller ones. But now the thick one was gone, and the 2 smaller ones had rolled slightly. I figured maybe they'd shifted or fallen on their own. Maybe the wind had blown through, or a raccoon had messed with it, but it stuck in my mind. Later that day, I went to refill my water containers at the spring. It was downhill from the cabin, just like the directions said. There was a pipe sticking out of the earth, and clear water ran steadily from it into a shallow pool surrounded by rocks. The water was cold and clean. I filled up, sat for a while, then walked back. On the trail back, I spotted a boot print. Not mine. At first, I wasn't sure. The dirt was dry and packed, and I hadn't noticed it on the way down. But this one was fresh. The shape was narrower than my own hiking boot, and the tread was different. It pointed in the same direction I'd just come from. I stopped and looked around but saw no one. Could have been old, but it didn't look old. That night, I kept the fire going longer than usual. I didn't want to overthink it. This was public land after all, just remote. Maybe someone else had hiked through, but I hadn't heard anything. And the trees were so dense here, you couldn't walk far without snapping branches or rustling brush. I woke up around 3 a.m. The fire in the stove had burned down to a faint red glow. My flashlight was next to me on the small shelf by the bed, so I grabbed it and flicked it on. There was nothing in the room, no sounds, but I had this tight feeling in my chest, like something had woken me. I sat up and listened. Then I noticed the window. It was open. I hadn't opened it that night. I hadn't even unlatched it in 2 days. But now it was open a crack, maybe 2 inches. I stood up slowly, walked over, and shined the light outside. Just darkness and trees. Nothing moving. I closed it and latched it again, then checked the door. Locked. I even moved one of the chairs under the knob before going back to bed. The next morning, I checked around the outside of the cabin. The ground was covered with leaves and pine needles, but I could make out a few spots where they'd been disturbed. Not full footprints, just shifts in the top layer, like someone had stepped lightly. After breakfast, I hiked the trail all the way back to where I'd parked. My car was untouched, still locked. I thought maybe I'd see someone else out there. Another hiker, a hunter, or even the owner, but I didn't see anyone. No fresh prints either. Just my own, doubled now from when I came and left. I stayed at the cabin that night again, but I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, shining the light into the corners of the room, listening for footsteps. At one point, I thought I heard something outside, soft thuds, then a twig snapping. I held my breath and waited, but nothing followed. The next day, I hiked farther than usual, trying to shake off the tension. I followed a ridge for about an hour and came to an overlook where I could see across the valley. I stayed there a while, and when I got back, I saw something that stopped me cold. The cabin door was open. I was maybe 40 feet away when I saw it. The door just slightly ajar, not wide, but enough to notice from a distance. I froze. I watched for movement. My heart was pounding. I waited almost 10 minutes before I moved again, walking as quietly as I could around the side of the cabin, checking the windows first. Everything looked normal inside, but I didn't go in right away. I picked up a thick branch off the ground and held it like a bat. Then I pushed the door fully open and stepped inside. It was empty, no one there, but my pack had been opened. Nothing was missing, at least nothing obvious. My knife was still there. My flashlight, my charger, my food, all still there. But the pack had been unzipped, and the contents shifted around like someone had looked through them in a hurry. I stayed only one more night. I didn't sleep. I kept the stove cold so there wouldn't be any light coming from the chimney. I sat near the window with the flashlight off, holding the knife and listening to every sound, every rustle, every small creak in the cabin walls. At some point after midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps, not animals, not wind, human footsteps outside, slow, crunching leaves, then stopping, then nothing. I didn't move. I didn't turn on the light. I sat there with my back against the wall, gripping the knife, trying not to breathe too loud. I never heard them walk away. By dawn, I had made up my mind. I packed quickly and left before the sun was even fully up. I took the trail as fast as I could without twisting an ankle. I kept looking back, but there was no one. When I reached the car, I felt like collapsing. I drove all the way back without stopping. It was only after I reached home that I let myself really breathe. I showered, checked all the doors and windows in my apartment, and fell into my own bed, exhausted. The cabin owner messaged me 2 days later, asking if I left early because of the weather. I didn't respond. A few weeks passed. I decided to take a break from everything. I was tired of the city noise, the traffic, the deadlines, the pressure, the constant stream of notifications on my phone. My body wasn't keeping up anymore. I hadn't slept properly in weeks. I wasn't eating right either. I felt stuck in a loop. Wake up, sit at my desk, stare at the screen, try to keep up with a never-ending list of tasks, barely make it through the day, and do it all again. I started to feel like I was just floating through life without really being present in any of it. So I rented a cabin. It wasn't one of those luxury glamping spots or a popular getaway. I found it through an old friend who said it was his uncle's property, way out in the mountains of northern Idaho, surrounded by forest, no internet, no cell service, no electricity. It sounded perfect. I'd bring a few books, a notepad, a couple of lanterns, and enough food to last me at least 10 days. The idea was to just sit in the quiet, be alone, maybe write something, maybe hike a little, maybe just sleep. I packed everything in my truck and left early in the morning. The last town I passed through was about 2 hours away from the cabin. After that, it was nothing but dirt roads, thick trees, and a long uphill drive that rattled my bones even through the suspension of the truck. The directions weren't very specific, just landmarks. Turn left at the broken fence, follow the logging road until you see the rock that looks like a bear, then drive another 10 minutes uphill. I almost missed it. The cabin was tucked between tall pines and backed up against a rocky slope. It was old, clearly built decades ago, and not maintained very well. The porch sagged a little, and the front steps creaked so loud I could hear it even before I stepped out of the truck. The door stuck when I tried to open it, and I had to shove it with my shoulder to get inside. The inside was musty, smelled like old wood and mouse droppings, but it was dry, and it had everything I needed. A cot, a table, a few chairs, a small fireplace, and shelves full of dusty books. There was a water pump out back, and a small shed about 20 feet away with a compost toilet. Everything was primitive, but it worked. I spent the first day settling in. I unpacked my supplies, checked every corner of the cabin to make sure no animals had made their way inside, and lit a lantern as the sun dipped behind the trees. I boiled some water on the small propane stove I brought with me and ate a can of beans while sitting on the porch, watching the sky turn dark through the treetops. That first night was the best sleep I'd had in months. The quiet out there was thick. It pressed down on me like a blanket, not in a bad way, but in a way that made me realize how much constant noise I was used to. No car horns, no sirens, no humming appliances. Just the wind through the trees, the occasional snap of a branch, and once or twice, the distant sound of an owl. I felt like my brain finally had room to breathe. The days blurred together after that. I read. I took long walks down the old trails that wound through the forest. I scribbled in my notebook. I drank a lot of coffee. I didn't see another human being for 5 days, which was exactly what I wanted. But on the 6th day, things started to feel off. It started with something small. I was out hiking down a game trail I hadn't taken before. It sloped down toward a dry creek bed, thick with ferns and brush. About an hour into the hike, I saw boot prints. They weren't mine. I wore heavy hiking boots with a deep tread, and these prints were flatter, shallower, like someone wearing worn-out sneakers or work boots. At first, I thought nothing of it. Maybe it was a hunter. Maybe someone else used the same trails. But the prints looked fresh, and I hadn't seen or heard another person since I got there. I followed the trail a bit further and found a small pile of animal bones. Not unusual. It looked like something had killed a rabbit or a squirrel and eaten most of it. But the bones were stacked. Not randomly scattered, but stacked neatly in a little pile, like someone had taken the time to place them that way. It made my stomach tighten for some reason. I turned around and went back to the cabin. That night, I locked the door. The next morning, I went out to chop some wood from the small pile of logs next to the shed. I had left the axe leaned up against the wall the night before, but it wasn't there. I thought maybe I had left it somewhere else, so I checked around the cabin, looked behind the shed, even went inside to make sure I hadn't brought it in by mistake. It was gone. I started to feel uneasy. I didn't think someone would steal just an axe, especially out here, but it was the only explanation that made sense. I told myself maybe I misplaced it. Maybe I left it deeper in the woods while collecting kindling. Maybe. Later that afternoon, I saw the man. I was sitting inside, reading near the window, when I noticed something through the trees. Just a shape at first. Standing still, too still. My first thought was that it was a tree trunk, but it didn't blend in. The shape had hard lines. Shoulders, a head, arms. I stood up slowly and moved to the window to get a better view. He was far away, maybe 50 yards from the cabin, standing right at the edge of the tree line, facing me, not moving. I didn't know what to do. My chest tightened and my hands felt numb. I waited for him to move, to wave, to shout, something, but he didn't. He just stood there. After maybe 5 minutes, I looked away for a second to grab the binoculars I had packed. When I looked again, he was gone. I walked out onto the porch, looked all around. Nothing. No sign of him. No movement in the trees. Just the wind and the sound of the trees creaking. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing things. Twigs snapping, soft thuds on the ground outside, the creak of the porch boards. I kept getting up to check the window, shining my flashlight through the glass. Nothing. I forced myself to stay calm. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe the isolation was starting to mess with me, but I didn't really believe that. The next day, I checked the tree line. I walked to where I thought I saw him standing. There were footprints in the soft soil, flat-soled shoes, same as before. No trail leading in or out, just prints standing in one spot, then nothing. That night, I heard something brush against the cabin wall. The sound was low and slow, like someone dragging their hand across the wood. I froze. The sound moved from one side of the cabin to the other. Then it stopped. I waited. My flashlight was in my hand, but I didn't want to shine it yet. I felt like whatever was out there already knew where I was. Lighting up the window would just confirm it. I didn't sleep at all. In the morning, I stepped outside and walked around the cabin. There were smudges on the wood. Long, greasy marks like someone had run their fingers along the wall. I went back inside and packed most of my things. I didn't want to stay anymore. I didn't feel safe. I decided I'd leave the next morning, pack everything up and head back to the main road. That night was the worst. I locked the door, pushed a chair under the handle, and placed the heavy table in front of it. I turned off all the lanterns. I sat in the dark, listening. Just after midnight, I heard footsteps, slow, steady, crunching on the gravel outside. Then I heard breathing, not mine, heavy, controlled, like someone standing just outside the wall. I stayed completely still. Then the footsteps moved to the porch. I could hear the wood creak beneath their weight. One step, two, then nothing. The door didn't move. No knock, no rattle of the handle, just silence. I don't know how long I sat there. Maybe hours, maybe minutes. I eventually fell asleep from exhaustion. When I woke up, it was morning. I opened the door slowly. The axe was on the porch, leaning against the railing, the same one that had gone missing, clean, as if it had never been touched. I didn't wait. I threw everything in the truck, didn't even pack it properly. I drove back down the trail as fast as I could, nearly ran off the road twice. I didn't stop until I reached the town. I told the sheriff everything. He took a report, but said they couldn't do much unless something was stolen or damaged. He said the woods were full of weird people sometimes, drifters, survivalists, hermits. He said I was lucky I didn't run into anyone worse. I never went back to that cabin. I didn't tell my friend what happened either. I just said it wasn't for me. But I think about that man sometimes. The way he stood so still. The way he never came close, never made a sound, never showed his face. Like he was just watching, waiting. It started as a trip to get away from everything. I'd been working long hours at a construction company in the city, and my back was starting to lock up every morning before I even got out of bed. I was eating fast food 5 days a week, My skin looked like wax, and my sleep was a mess. I didn't feel like I was alive anymore, just going through the same pattern. Wake up, sit in traffic, sweat through the day, come home, eat crap, drink too much, sleep badly, repeat. So when I found out my uncle's old hunting cabin was still standing out in the woods, I figured it would be a cheap break. I called my cousin who was the last one to use it, and he told me the place was still solid but not in great shape. No electricity, no cell service. Said he hadn't been out there in 3 years. Told me to bring water, food, a decent sleeping bag, and something to do that didn't involve screens. I packed a few old paperbacks, some tools, my boots, and a rifle just in case. I'd never shot anything living before, but I brought it anyway. I figured it was the woods. Better safe than sorry. The cabin was located in a thick patch of forest about 3 hours outside the city, past a small town called Dalton. The last mile or so was a dirt road barely wide enough for one car. I had to drive real slow to avoid smashing the bottom of my car on rocks sticking out of the ground. The trees leaned in tight, thick trunks and dark green pine needles on both sides. Even with the windows rolled up, I could smell the woods, damp earth, rotting leaves, and that faint sharp scent pine gives off when it heats up in the sun. I got there around 4 in the afternoon. The sun was still up, but already starting to slip down between the trees. The cabin looked exactly like I expected it to. A sagging roof, moss growing up one side, and a crooked metal chimney that looked like it might snap off in the wind. There were no other houses around, no power lines, no driveways. Just trees and the sound of birds. The place was small. One room with a wooden porch and a door that stuck when I opened it. Inside, the air was musty and still. Dust was thick on everything. There was a wood stove in one corner, an old cot with thin springs and a mildewed mattress, a couple chairs that didn't match, and a small table. I found a few supplies in the cabinets. Canned beans, some rusted tools, a couple candles melted into their holders, but I was glad I brought my own food. A mouse ran out from under the cot when I dropped my bag. I spent the rest of that first evening cleaning up. I swept out mouse droppings, opened the tiny window to air the place out, and unpacked my things. I laid out my sleeping bag on top of the old mattress, tested the wood stove with a few logs from the woodpile outside, and tried to get used to the silence. It was strange not having any noise. No buzzing from the fridge, no distant hum of traffic. Just the breeze in the trees and the sound of my own breathing. I read a few pages of a book by lantern light, but it was hard to focus. That night, I slept like a rock. The quiet was almost overwhelming, but it wrapped around me like a blanket. I didn't wake up once. In the morning, I felt better than I had in months. I made instant coffee with water I'd boiled on the stove and sat on the porch in the early light. I saw deer through the trees, and birds I couldn't name, and something big crashing through the brush that might have been a bear but never showed itself. I didn't feel scared. Not then. It just felt wild. Empty, but peaceful. The second day, I hiked around the area a bit. The trees were dense and the ground was uneven, full of roots and soft patches that sank when I stepped on them. There were no clear trails, just animal tracks and the faint lines of old logging roads that had long since been taken back by the forest. I marked my path with strips of fabric tied to low branches, just to make sure I didn't get lost. I didn't go far, maybe a mile in each direction from the cabin, then came back to eat. That afternoon, I noticed something weird, a pile of sticks near the back of the cabin that hadn't been there before. At first, I thought maybe some animal had dragged them over, or the wind had stacked them oddly, but they looked placed. Not stacked randomly like nature would do. They were upright, leaning together at the top like a tiny teepee. Nothing big, maybe knee-height, but it wasn't there that morning. I kicked it over, assuming it was just some leftover thing from an old trip. I didn't think too much about it at the time. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The woods felt louder, even though nothing had changed. It wasn't animals or wind. It was just this feeling in the pit of my stomach, like I was being watched. I kept rolling over in the dark, listening, trying to ignore it. But every time I closed my eyes, I felt like I'd open them and see something standing at the window. Eventually, I got up, threw a couple more logs in the stove, and sat with my back to the wall until morning came. The third day, I noticed more stick formations. 3 of them spread out around the cabin in a loose triangle. They were just like the first, small, handmade, all pointed at the sky. I knocked them over again, a little more forcefully this time. I tried to tell myself it was some local kids messing around or maybe something left from old hunters who'd used the place before me. But the cabin was deep in the woods. I hadn't seen another soul since I left the highway. There were no trails, no campsites, no signs of life. I kept my rifle close after that. I didn't load it, but I had bullets in my jacket pocket just in case. I started keeping my lantern on through the night, and I moved my bag and gear closer to the door. Something about the whole place had shifted. It wasn't peaceful anymore. Felt wrong. Like I didn't belong there or like something else did and I was trespassing. That evening, while gathering wood from the pile behind the cabin, I saw footprints. Not animal ones, human, bare feet. The prints were long, with visible toes, and they circled the cabin in a wide loop. I counted at least 12 of them before they disappeared into the woods. The ground was soft from recent rain, so they were easy to see. They were fresh. I could still see where the water had pooled slightly in the heel mark. That's when I loaded the rifle. I didn't sleep that night. I sat up on the cot, back against the wall, listening. Every sound felt sharper, like the woods were holding their breath. I thought I heard footsteps around midnight, slow and steady, crunching leaves outside the cabin. But when I held my breath and listened hard, they stopped. I stayed like that until the sky started to lighten. Then I stepped outside and checked the area. No new prints, but the stick formations were back. All of them. That morning, I made up my mind to leave early. My plan had been to stay 5 days, but I didn't care anymore. Something wasn't right, and I didn't want to stick around long enough to find out what. I packed my bag, cleaned up the stove, and stepped out to load the car. That's when I saw him. He was standing about 30 yards away in the trees, just standing there between the trunks. Not moving, not hiding either, just there. Tall, maybe 6'2", barefoot, dirty jeans, no shirt. His chest and arms were smudged with something dark. Maybe ash or mud. I couldn't tell. His hair was matted and long. He didn't look wild like a crazy man. He looked calm, like he belonged there and I didn't. He didn't come closer. He didn't speak. He just watched. I stood there frozen for what felt like minutes. My throat was dry and I felt like my body wasn't mine. My first instinct was to lift the rifle, but I didn't. I backed up slowly, eyes on him the whole time. When I reached the car, I opened the door, climbed in, and locked it. He still didn't move. I started the engine. The sound echoed in the trees. Finally, he turned and walked away, silent as mist. I drove out of there so fast I scraped the underside of my car 3 times on the rocks. I didn't stop. Not until I was 2 towns away, sitting in a diner parking lot with my hands shaking on the steering wheel. I didn't call the police. What would I say? That a barefoot man looked at me in the woods? That someone made some stick piles and walked around my cabin at night? They'd ask if I was drinking. They'd ask why I went out there alone. They'd tell me to go home and forget it. But I didn't forget. For weeks, I had nightmares about that man. About his eyes, the stillness of his body, the quiet. I kept checking my locks at night. I kept thinking about those stick formations, the bare footprints, and how he was always just far enough away not to be a threat, but not far enough to ignore. I found out later that there were rumors about that patch of woods. Not ghost stories, just whispers about a man who lived out there. Some said he was a hermit. Some said he was a drifter who disappeared into the trees. Hunters sometimes said their traps went missing or their kills were taken. One man said he saw someone watching his camp from the trees, but when he went to look, there were only bare footprints leading away into the brush. I never went back to the cabin. I told my cousin to do whatever he wanted with it. Sell it, burn it, let it rot. I didn't want to see it again, because what scared me most wasn't that someone was out there. It was how close he got, how long he must have been watching, and how he never once tried to hide. I had been driving for nearly 5 hours straight before I turned off the main highway and onto a narrow gravel road. The forest thickened on both sides as the road curved sharply in places, and my tires kicked up fine gray dust that hung in the air behind me. I'd rented the cabin online, a week of complete quiet deep in the woods of northern Minnesota. It sat alone by the edge of a small lake, far from any other people, far from phone signals or Wi-Fi. That was the point. No people, no emails, no news. Just me, the cabin, and whatever was left of summer. I had packed carefully. Canned food, a camp stove just in case, a fishing rod, 2 flashlights, a thick sleeping bag, a basic first aid kit, and even a small hatchet I'd bought new and never used. There was a propane heater too, though the nights were still only mildly cool. The idea was to unplug, to rest my head, to let the noise of city life fall away. I didn't want company. I didn't want noise. I didn't want trouble. The gravel road finally ended in a wide clearing where the cabin stood. It looked exactly like the photos. One story, weathered wood, a simple porch with 2 wooden chairs, a metal chimney sticking up from the roof, and a path that curved down to the lake. There was a small dock, just enough to walk out on or sit at with a fishing rod. Trees circled the lake completely, thick pines and birches packed tight like a wall. You couldn't see any other homes from here, not even a rooftop, just forest and water. When I parked and stepped out, the air hit me with that deep, fresh pine smell and the kind of silence that made you listen. No traffic, no people yelling, no sirens. Just the wind moving through trees and birds far off. I unloaded the car slowly, bringing in each bag one at a time. Inside, the cabin had 2 small rooms. The main living space with a couch, a small table, a counter, and a wood stove, and then a bedroom with a full-size bed and 1 small window facing the lake. There was a narrow door to the bathroom, just a toilet and sink, no shower. That was fine. The lake would do. That first night, I sat on the porch with a cold drink, watching the light die over the lake. The water went still as the sun dropped behind the trees, and the sky shifted from orange to purple to black. A few bugs buzzed lazily around the porch light. I listened. Frogs croaked. An owl called from deep in the woods. Somewhere, water lapped softly. I thought, this is perfect. This is what I needed. I went to bed early and slept deeply. When I woke, the morning sun was already lighting up the walls. I made coffee on the little propane burner and sat out by the lake, feet in the cool water. The calm stayed with me. I thought I could stay a month, maybe more. That first full day, I hiked around the lake's edge. It was slower going than I thought. The undergrowth was thick in places, and fallen trees made it hard to walk in a straight line. But I wanted to get a feel for the place. I wanted to know the land around me. I didn't see any animals bigger than squirrels, but I did spot deer tracks near the mud. The hike took longer than I'd planned, almost 2 hours to get around. When I got back, I saw the cabin again from across the lake, and it struck me how alone it looked. Just this small box of wood against a giant wall of forest. I felt small, but in a good way. That night, after making a simple dinner from beans and crackers, I sat on the dock with my feet dangling over the edge, watching fish surface now and then, sending out perfect circles in the water. I noticed something then, something I hadn't seen earlier. On the far side of the lake, maybe directly across from me but hidden slightly behind a group of trees, there looked to be a small opening in the woods. Just wide enough to suggest a path or maybe even another small cabin set back further from the water. I stared, trying to make out shapes in the fading light. It didn't look like a natural clearing. It was too square. I figured it might be an old trail or maybe an old hunting shack no one used anymore. I didn't think much of it. At the time, it was just a shadow in the trees. The next morning, I woke to find small footprints near the waterline just below the dock. At first I assumed they were animal, raccoon maybe, but they looked odd, almost like bare feet. Small, narrow, maybe the size of a woman's or teenager's foot. But who would be barefoot out here? No cars, no signs of other people. I looked around and saw no other prints in the dirt. Just that one set, leading down to the water and then stopping. I checked the boat, a small aluminum rowboat that came with the cabin, but it was chained and locked like I'd left it. The lock hadn't been touched. It nagged at me a little, but I pushed it out of my head. Maybe they were old footprints from the previous renter. Maybe the rain had just made them look fresh. Still, I found myself checking the door lock twice before I went to bed that night. 2 days in, the calm was starting to chip a little. I felt watched, even though I knew it was probably nothing. I tried to read, to write in a notebook I'd brought, but I kept looking up. The woods seemed different now, less peaceful, more alert. I started walking the trail again, circling the lake, trying to get closer to that opening I'd seen. I reached the spot, but the brush was thicker than it looked from across the water. I pushed through it anyway, thorns scraping my arms, until I reached a small clearing. There was no cabin, but the ground was flattened like something had once stood there. Wood scraps were half buried under leaves. Old nails stuck out from rotted boards. A single rusted shovel leaned against a tree. It looked like someone had taken apart a shed or shelter and left the pieces. I didn't stay long. Something about it felt wrong. It felt like a place people didn't go anymore for a reason. That night, I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom when I heard a sound. Not loud, but sharp, like a footstep on wood. I froze and listened. Another step, on the porch. I turned off the light and waited. Nothing. No more sounds. I stepped out into the living room and looked through the front window, careful not to move the curtain too much. The porch was empty. The chairs were still. I waited in silence for 20 minutes before finally going to bed. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach turn. On the small wooden table inside the cabin, where I kept my car keys and flashlight, there was a single pine cone. I hadn't brought it in. It wasn't there the night before. I walked outside, checking the door. Still locked. Windows shut. Nothing broken. But someone had been inside. Someone had placed that pine cone on the table. Quietly, without taking anything, without leaving any other trace. I felt my pulse pounding as I searched the cabin top to bottom. I checked the closets, under the bed, behind the wood stove. Nothing. I opened drawers to see if anything was missing. Nothing was. I even unlocked the rowboat and checked underneath it for signs someone had used it. The lake was still. No other boats. No voices. No people. I felt like I was losing grip on something inside me. The quiet that had felt so good now felt like a trap. I stayed indoors most of that day. I ate cold food. I kept the flashlight near me even during daylight. I barely moved. I listened. By night, I was exhausted, but I couldn't sleep. I lay still in the bed, eyes on the ceiling, ears open for every creak and shift of the wood. Around 2 a.m., I heard something again. A soft knock, just once, from the back of the cabin, like someone tapping lightly on the wall outside the bedroom. Then silence. I didn't move. I stayed there under the blanket, frozen, counting every breath. I must have stayed like that until morning light crept in. I made a decision. I was leaving early. The rental was for 7 days, but I was done after 4. I couldn't explain it, but I felt like I was being watched, tested. I packed everything quickly, stuffing clothes into bags, rolling up food in foil. I locked up the cabin and started toward my car. Then I saw the footprints again, this time a fresh set, in the soft dirt leading around the side of the cabin and toward the lake. Bare feet again, same size, same path, like they'd circled the cabin that night. I followed them down to the dock. They stopped at the edge of the water again. No prints leading away. I scanned the trees across the lake, and then I saw him, a man, standing in that clearing on the far side. He was tall, thin, unmoving, wearing dark clothes. I couldn't make out his face, but he was staring at me. No mistake, just standing there, not waving, not walking, just watching. I backed away slowly. I didn't run. I didn't shout. I walked to my car, keeping my eyes forward, got in, locked the doors, and drove. I didn't call anyone. I didn't report anything. What would I say? That someone left a pine cone on my table? That I saw a man across the lake? I didn't even have photos. I just drove, and I didn't stop until I was back in the city. It's been almost 6 months since that trip. I haven't gone back. I haven't been near woods again. Sometimes at night I dream about that cabin, about standing on that dock and seeing that man across the water. Still, I had been working straight for 8 months without a real break. I wasn't sleeping right. I wasn't eating on time. I didn't even have time to see friends anymore. Everything was piling up, and I was starting to feel like I was just walking through each day in a fog. My phone never stopped ringing, and even when I turned it off, my mind was still racing like someone was screaming in the background all the time. I knew I had to do something before I burned out completely. My cousin had a small cabin in the woods 2 hours outside of the city, right near the border of 2 counties. He used to go there with his girlfriend every now and then, but ever since they split, he didn't go up there much. When I texted him to ask if I could use the place for a week or 2, he said sure without even asking why. He just sent me the key code for the lockbox outside the door and told me to make myself at home. The next day, I packed my car with basic things: food, clothes, my laptop, just in case, and some books I had been meaning to read. I didn't plan to do anything except sleep, eat, take long walks, and maybe stare at trees. I left early in the morning, just after sunrise, and by 9:30 a.m., I was already turning down a dirt road that led to the cabin. The road was bumpy and full of small rocks, and the trees on both sides were thick. I had to slow down to almost a crawl because the branches were low in some spots. Eventually, the trees opened up a bit, and there it was, my cousin's cabin. It was small, maybe 1.5 floors, with dark brown wood siding and a tiny covered porch with a single chair and a pile of dry firewood stacked in a corner. The place looked like something out of a postcard. Quiet, still, and surrounded by nothing but forest. There were no neighbors in sight, no other cabins, no sounds except birds and the wind moving through the trees. No phone service either. My signal dropped to 0 the moment I passed the last turnoff. I got out, stretched, and opened the lockbox. The key was cold and slightly rusted, but it worked. The door opened with a soft creak. Inside, the cabin smelled like pine and old wood. There was a couch, a small dining table, a kitchenette with an old gas stove and sink, and a staircase leading to a small sleeping loft above. The windows were narrow but let in enough light, and I could hear the sound of branches brushing against the roof. There was no TV, no radio, just silence. I spent the first 2 days in full relaxation mode. I cooked simple meals, sat outside with coffee in the morning, and watched the trees shift in the wind for hours. I took walks along the path that led out the back, down to a small creek about half a mile away. I saw deer a few times, fox once. I even saw bear prints in the dirt, but no actual bear. It was peaceful in a way I hadn't felt in years. But on the 3rd night, things started to change. That day had started like the others: breakfast, a long walk, reading in the afternoon. But around dusk, I started to feel uneasy. It was small at first, just a sense that something was off. The birds stopped chirping earlier than usual. I noticed that the wind had completely died down, and the air felt still, like everything was holding its breath. I brushed it off, cooked dinner, and went to bed early. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a sound outside. It wasn't loud, more like a light thud. I figured it was an animal, maybe a raccoon knocking over the trash bin I'd set behind the cabin. But then I heard it again, closer this time. It sounded like something brushing up against the side of the cabin. A soft scraping, like fingers dragging across the wood. I stayed still in bed, heart beating fast. The cabin was old, and sounds carried easily through the wood. Maybe it was a branch swaying in the wind, but there was no wind. The noise stopped after a minute. I waited another 10 before I got up, went downstairs quietly, and peeked through the kitchen window. I couldn't see anything, just blackness. Even the trees looked like shadows. I didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, I walked around the cabin to see if I could spot what had made the noise. Nothing seemed disturbed. The trash bin was still upright. There were no clear footprints, just a few broken twigs near the side of the cabin where I thought I heard the sound. Could have been a deer, or a raccoon, maybe even a bear, but something didn't sit right. That night, I locked the door, pulled the blinds down, and kept the fire low. At exactly the same time, around 2 a.m., I woke up again. This time it wasn't a sound that woke me. It was light. A dim, flickering light was coming from behind the cabin, like a flashlight or maybe a lantern. It moved slowly between the trees, stopped, then moved again. I crawled to the edge of the loft and looked out the small side window. I could barely see through the trees, but the light was there, maybe 50 feet away. Too steady for a fire, but not bright enough for a car headlight. It moved again, closer. Then it stopped. I backed away from the window and lay flat on the floor, holding my breath. I could hear my own heartbeat. The light stayed still for a few minutes. Then it blinked out, gone. I waited an hour before I dared to move. When I finally fell asleep again, the sun was already rising. I wanted to leave that day, but I told myself I was overthinking it. Probably some hunter or hiker, or some weird reflection of moonlight through the trees. But I didn't believe it. Still, I stayed. The fifth night was worse. Everything was quiet. Too quiet. I didn't even hear owls. The firewood outside had been slightly moved. Not knocked over, but the top layer was no longer even. I hadn't touched it. This time, I didn't sleep upstairs. I pulled the mattress down to the living room floor, next to the fire, and kept a kitchen knife beside me. I didn't turn the lights off. I kept the fire burning low and stayed under the blanket, eyes open, staring at the door. At 1:55 a.m., I heard footsteps. Slow, careful, crunching lightly on gravel and dried leaves. They came from the left side of the cabin and circled toward the back. Then silence. No door knocking. No movement. Just gone. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I found something. On the side of the cabin, about 4 feet up, there were fresh scratch marks in the wood. Not animal scratches. Not claws. They were long, straight lines, 4 of them close together, like someone had dragged metal nails down the wall. But there was no metal debris, no paint transfer, just raw, freshly stripped wood. I checked the area again. Still no footprints. The ground was dry, but I thought maybe I could see a faint depression in one spot, near where the marks were. It was small, like a footstep, but it could have been anything. I packed my bags. I was done. But when I turned the key in the ignition, the engine didn't start. Clicked. Then nothing. I tried again. Same result. I popped the hood. Everything looked fine. I'm no mechanic, but the battery terminals weren't corroded. The wires were intact. The gas tank was full. I went back inside and sat on the couch, thinking. I told myself I'd try again in an hour, maybe once the engine cooled or something. But I didn't believe it. That night, I didn't light the fire. I didn't turn on the lights. I stayed completely still in total darkness. At 2:10 a.m., I heard the doorknob turn. Just once. A slow, soft turn. Then stillness. No knocking. No voice. Just that. I stayed frozen until morning. When the sun rose, I went outside. There were marks on the door. Not scratches this time, greasy fingerprints. 5 of them, human-sized. One hand pressed right against the door. I stared at them for a long time. I walked up the trail to see if I could find help. I brought my phone, even though I knew there was no signal. I walked for 2 hours before I finally saw a parked truck near the old service road. There was no one around, but the truck had county maintenance decals on the side, and there was a small maintenance shed nearby. I left a note under the wiper, asking for help and explaining where I was. When I got back to the cabin, the front door was open. Not wide open, just a crack. I hadn't left it that way. I stepped inside slowly. Nothing looked touched. Nothing was missing. But on the table, there was something I hadn't left there. A single pine cone. I didn't touch it. I didn't even breathe near it. I backed away and sat outside for the rest of the day until night came. I didn't go back inside. I sat on the porch with my knife in one hand and a flashlight in the other. Every sound made my skin crawl. I didn't sleep. Just before sunrise, I saw a truck's headlights through the trees. It was the same maintenance truck. The driver was a man in a reflective vest. He checked my car, turned the key. The engine roared to life. He looked confused, like nothing had been wrong with it. I didn't explain. I didn't say anything. I just thanked him and left. I never went back to that cabin. I didn't tell my cousin what happened. I just mailed him the key. Weeks later, I looked at the photos I had taken on the first day, shots of the trees, the porch, the trail. It was a job that paid well, and I took it because I needed time away. I had gone through a tough few months. Things back home weren't good, and I was tired of city noise, traffic, and being around people all the time. So when I got an offer to stay alone at a small cabin in the forest for a few weeks to monitor some logging company's equipment and make sure it wasn't getting tampered with, I said yes without asking too many questions. They told me the forest was about 4 hours away from the nearest town, up in the mountains, completely off the grid. I was to stay in a wooden cabin with solar power and a small generator backup. The cabin didn't have internet or phone signal, just a two-way radio that connected to the company office during specific hours in the morning and evening. My only job was to make a round twice a day, morning and late afternoon, to check on some sensors and logging machines, then report anything strange through the radio. They even stocked the cabin with enough food and water for the full stay, 3 weeks. Everything seemed simple, quiet, peaceful. When I first arrived, the forest was beautiful. I drove up a long dirt road that twisted through dense trees. After the first hour, I stopped seeing signs of civilization. There were no cars, no people, nothing but trees on both sides and the occasional animal darting across the road. The cabin was at the end of the trail. It looked old but clean, just a single-story wooden structure with a pitched roof, a small front porch, and one big window facing the woods. It had a small bathroom with a compost toilet, a gas stove, a fridge running off the solar setup, and a bed in the corner. No luxuries, but it was fine. The first few days were uneventful. I fell into a routine. I woke up around 7, made a simple breakfast, checked the equipment area about a mile out, made my report on the radio, then spent most of the day reading or walking through the forest paths. I'd make another equipment check in the evening, then cook dinner and turn in early. I didn't see another soul, not even a plane in the sky. Just birds, deer, and the occasional squirrel. But on the 4th day, small things started to bother me. I noticed fresh boot prints in the mud along the path near the equipment area. Not from me. I wore thick-soled hiking shoes with a very specific tread. These prints were narrow, smooth-soled, and smaller, like from light work boots. At first, I figured maybe a company guy had come out early that morning before I started my shift, though I didn't hear an engine or see any vehicle tracks. I didn't think too much of it. But the next morning, the prints were there again, even though it hadn't rained and the path had dried mostly solid. The weird thing was they were going away from the equipment into the woods, not toward it. They weren't deep, but they were clear. It was strange, but I brushed it off. Maybe an old set of prints I didn't notice before. By day 6, I was certain someone was nearby. It started with one of the sensor boxes being slightly moved. Nothing major, just shifted a few inches from where it was marked. I hadn't touched it. I knew that for sure. The cable was still connected, but the plastic housing had been rotated. I straightened it, told myself maybe it had been placed wrong to begin with, and moved on. That night, just as I was about to sleep, I heard what I thought was a car door slam in the distance. I sat up in bed, heart racing, and waited. Nothing followed. No headlights, no engine. I stared through the window for a long time, but the woods were completely black. I told myself maybe a tree branch snapped, or maybe I imagined it. But something about the sound didn't feel natural. It had that sharp, metal-on-metal smack of a car door, not wood cracking. By day 8, the sense of unease was constant. Each morning, I felt like I was being watched, not just in a paranoid way. I'd stop during my walk, look behind me, and swear I saw branches shift just after I passed. I never saw anyone, but small things were being left behind. A broken button on the porch one morning. A small crumpled piece of paper in the woods near the machines. I picked it up. It had a partial shopping list written in pencil. Bread, soap, lighter fluid. I hadn't brought any paper or pencils like that. That night, I slept with the solar lantern on. I locked the cabin door and even pushed a chair under the doorknob. The place was so isolated, I wasn't sure who I was trying to keep out, but my instincts were screaming. I reported everything to the office that morning over the radio. They said they'd check in on it, but didn't sound concerned. They told me to keep an eye out for hunters or hikers who might have wandered in. That didn't help. Nobody would hike all the way out here without being noticed. There were no nearby trails, and no one else was supposed to be using this road. On day 10, things turned serious. I returned from my afternoon check to find the cabin door open. I stood frozen at the tree lean for at least a full minute before I moved. I knew for a fact I had locked it. Not just that, I'd left the chair under the knob again, wedged tight. But now the door was hanging slightly open, just enough to let the warm breeze push it back and forth against the frame. I walked slowly, cautiously, and stepped onto the porch. The chair was knocked over, not pushed aside, knocked backward, as if someone had forced the door open hard. I stepped inside slowly, holding the small axe I used for splitting kindling. Everything inside looked fine at first. Nothing was stolen. The food was still there, the bed untouched. But then I saw the mirror in the bathroom. There was a fingerprint on the glass, a long, greasy smear, as if someone had pressed their hand to it and slowly dragged it down. I didn't touch it. I backed out, closed the door, and walked outside to breathe. I stood there for a long time, thinking hard. There was no vehicle, no tire tracks, just silence. The trees were completely still. I used the radio again that evening. I told them someone had broken in. They told me they'd try to send someone out, but they were several hours away and couldn't promise anyone until the next day or the day after. They told me to stay locked in and not approach anyone if I saw them. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat in a chair near the window with the axe in my lap, heart pounding at every creak or shift in the wind. Around 2 a.m., I heard crunching in the leaves outside. Footsteps, slow, careful, not an animal. I held my breath, afraid to move. The steps circled the cabin once, then stopped. Nothing more. At dawn, I walked the perimeter and found nothing. No prints, no signs, but I knew someone had been there. I could feel it deep in my gut. By day 11, I had made a decision. I wasn't waiting for anyone. I packed my bag, loaded some food, filled my water containers, and prepared to leave. I didn't even bother checking the equipment. I just wanted out. But when I got to the truck, something was wrong. The driver's side door was slightly ajar. I never leave it like that. I opened it and looked inside. The ignition key was missing. It had been sitting in the glove box just in case. Gone. Just like that. My heart started pounding. I searched the entire truck, then the area around it. Nothing. Not dropped. Not misplaced. It was just gone. I didn't know what to do. The road out was too long to walk, 20 miles to the nearest ranger station. The forest wasn't flat either. It was mountainous, thick with trees. No GPS, no map with detailed elevation. I had no signal, just the radio, which only worked for a short window. That night, I didn't light the lantern. I didn't cook. I sat in the dark with my back against the wall, listening, waiting. I think whoever was out there knew I wanted to leave. Because the next morning, I found something that nearly made me vomit. Right on the front porch was my missing truck key, jammed deep into the eye socket of a dead raccoon. The body had been twisted, almost posed, its limbs spread in a sick sort of display. That was the moment I snapped. I took the key, tossed the raccoon into the woods, packed everything again, and tried the truck. It started, but I didn't leave right away. I had a plan. I'd drive 5 miles down, then park and hide in the trees. I wanted to see who was following me. I wanted to know if I was imagining things or if someone really was out there playing games. So I did. I drove about 15 minutes down the old logging road, found a narrow bend, then killed the engine, left the truck, and crouched in a patch of underbrush. I waited. Hours passed. Then just before sunset, I saw movement up the road. A man was walking slowly toward my truck. He looked average, maybe mid-30s, jeans, a brown hoodie with the hood up. He was carrying something in one hand, crowbar. He walked up to the truck, looked around, then tried the door. He opened it casually, no concern. He climbed inside, sat there for a few minutes, then got out and started walking back up the road. I stayed hidden until it was fully dark. Then I ran back to the truck, got in, and drove like hell out of there. I didn't stop until I reached the gas station about 40 miles away, near the town limits. I told the clerk everything. He called the sheriff. They filed a report. I showed them. I decided to stay in a small cabin deep in the woods for 2 weeks. I rented it online. It was cheap, quiet, and away from everything. That's what I needed. I've been working nonstop for over a year. I needed time away from the city, the noise, the people. I was burned out, always tired, and nothing felt real anymore. I just wanted to sleep, read, cook simple food, go for walks, and be alone. That was the plan. The cabin was about 20 minutes down a dirt road from the nearest paved road. That paved road itself was about an hour's drive from the closest town. So I was deep in the woods. When I arrived, it was the middle of the day. The sun was shining, birds were loud, and the air smelled like pine and damp soil. The place looked just like the photos. It was a single-story wooden cabin with a tin roof. It had a front porch, a small fire pit out front, and a shed behind it. Inside, it was simple but clean. There was a small kitchen with a gas stove and a mini fridge powered by a generator out back. There was one bedroom, a bathroom with a composting toilet, and a living area with a small couch, a table, and a wood stove. There was no internet, no phone signal, no neighbors in sight. I liked that. I unpacked my stuff, lit the stove, made some tea, and sat outside watching the trees. That first night, I slept hard. The kind of sleep I hadn't had in months. No traffic outside, no sirens, no neighbors shouting, just the sound of wind and leaves. I didn't even set an alarm. I just let myself drift off and stay there. The next morning, I woke up around 7. I had oatmeal, then decided to go for a walk. There was a narrow trail leading past the cabin, down into the woods. It wasn't marked on any map, but it looked like people had used it before. I followed it for about an hour. It twisted through dense woods and slowly sloped downhill toward a dry creek bed. I didn't see or hear anyone, just birds, squirrels, and once the white flash of a deer running off. Felt peaceful, safe. When I got back, I spent most of the afternoon reading on the porch. Around 5, I cooked pasta with canned sauce and ate it slow. The sun started to go down around 7:30. I lit a fire in the fire pit, sat outside with a jacket on, and watched the stars come out. There were so many. I'd forgotten how dark the sky could get when you were far from everything. I went to bed around 10. At some point during the night, I woke up. I wasn't sure why at first. It was still dark. I lay there listening. I couldn't hear anything for a while. Then I heard the soft sound of footsteps outside. It was slow. Crunch, pause, crunch, pause. Like someone walking slowly across the gravel path near the porch. My stomach tightened. I told myself it could be an animal. A deer maybe, a raccoon, even a bear. But bears didn't walk like that. Not so slow, not with such even steps. I didn't move. I just lay there listening. After maybe 2 minutes, the sound stopped. I didn't hear anything else. I stayed awake a long time, just staring at the ceiling in the dark. Eventually, I fell back asleep. In the morning, I looked around outside. I didn't see anything unusual. No footprints, but the ground was dry and hard, so that didn't prove anything. I tried to forget about it. Maybe I'd imagined it. Or maybe it really was just an animal. Either way, it wasn't enough to ruin the trip. I made breakfast, read, then went for another long walk, this time in a different direction. That night, the same thing happened. I woke up around 3 a.m. Again, I didn't know why at first. Then I heard the footsteps, same as before, slow, even, right outside the cabin. Then silence. This time, I sat up in bed and listened harder. After a long pause, I heard the footsteps again, moving off into the woods. I got up and looked out through the window, but it was too dark to see anything. I didn't have a flashlight strong enough to shine far. In the morning, I checked again. I walked all around the cabin, looking for signs. Still nothing. The trail was undisturbed. The fire pit hadn't been touched. I even checked the shed. It was locked, just like I left it. That day, I started to feel uneasy. The walks felt less relaxing. I kept looking behind me. I stayed closer to the cabin. I didn't sit outside much. I kept the door locked even during the day. That night, I stayed awake on purpose. I sat in the chair by the window, lights off, waiting. I kept a kitchen knife in my lap, even though I knew it wouldn't do much. Around 3:15, I heard it again. Crunch. Paused. Crunch. The steps were just outside. This time, they went from one side of the cabin to the other, slowly. Then they stopped. I didn't move. My heart was beating hard. I sat there for 20 minutes, not even blinking. I never saw anyone, but I knew it wasn't an animal. No animal walked like that, and it wasn't the wind. It was a person. Someone was walking around my cabin in the middle of the night. I didn't sleep at all. When the sun came up, I went outside with a stick and checked again. Still no footprints. I felt like I was going crazy. That afternoon, I packed some of my things. I put my essentials in a backpack in case I needed to leave in a hurry. I kept the generator running and the fridge on, but I was ready to go if I had to. I had about a half tank of gas left in the car, which I parked facing out so I could leave fast if needed. I thought about driving to town, but I talked myself out of it. I come here to be alone, and maybe it was nothing, just some local taking a shortcut, maybe a hunter, but that didn't explain the timing, or how quiet they were, or why they only came at night. That night, I stayed in bed but didn't sleep. I kept a heavy flashlight by my side, along with the knife. I heard the steps again, this time closer. They stopped right by the window, then moved again, slow, around to the other side. Then silence. In the morning, I found something. On the porch, next to the door, was a single smooth rock. It hadn't been there before. It wasn't from the gravel path. It was round, dark, and clean. Someone had placed it there. I didn't touch it. I just stared at it for a long time. That was the last straw. I packed everything, threw clothes and food into the bag. I turned off the fridge, shut off the gas valve, and started the car. I drove fast down the dirt road, windows up, doors locked. I didn't stop until I reached the main road. Then I kept going all the way back to the nearest town. I booked a motel room and stayed there. That night in the motel, I slept for 10 hours straight. The next day, I called the cabin owner. I didn't go into detail. I just told him I left early and wouldn't be back. He didn't ask any questions. 3 days later, I got a text from an unknown number. No name, just a photo. It showed the front porch of the cabin. The rock was gone. Instead, there was a line of them, 10 in a row, neat and straight, right in front of the door. I never replied. I changed my number. I moved a few months later. A new job, a new place closer to people. Sometimes I think about going back to see if the cabin's still there. But I never do. I don't want to know who was out there. I don't want to know what they wanted. I just know I'll never stay that far out alone again. It was around mid-September when I decided to spend a week at my uncle's old hunting cabin in northern Minnesota. I was between jobs, and the time away from everything seemed like something I needed. My uncle had passed away about 5 years earlier, and the place had been sitting there mostly untouched. My dad had gone up a couple times to check on it, but I hadn't been there since I was a teenager. I remembered it being quiet, surrounded by tall pine trees, and a bit run down even back then. I borrowed my dad's truck for the drive, packed some canned food, water jugs, an old rifle, extra batteries, and a sleeping bag. I didn't expect luxury. I just wanted to be left alone. I thought maybe I'd fish, walk around the woods, cook over a fire, and get my head straight. I wasn't really thinking about safety or problems. I wasn't thinking about anything, really. The cabin was about a 5-hour drive from where I lived. The last 45 minutes were on narrow dirt roads, weaving through thick forests. It was just trees for miles, no houses, no gas stations, no cell service. I remember the sky getting more gray as I got deeper into the woods. I hadn't seen another car for over an hour when I finally saw the old wooden sign that marked the private trail leading to the cabin. The trail was overgrown but still passable. I took it slow. Branches scraped the sides of the truck, and I had to duck my head at one point because some low-hanging limbs reached into the cab through the window. After a few minutes of careful driving, I saw the roof of the cabin through the trees. It looked just like I remembered, only more weathered. The wood was darker, almost black in places, and parts of the metal roof were rusting. One of the shutters had come loose and was hanging sideways. There was a small porch, a heavy front door, and a chimney made of old red bricks. I parked the truck and got out. Everything was quiet. I mean, dead quiet. Not just peaceful, silent. No birds, no wind, nothing. It gave me a strange feeling in my stomach, like I had stepped into some forgotten pocket of the world. I stood still and listened for a while, but there was nothing. I figured the animals had probably scattered when they heard the truck. I unlocked the cabin using the old key my dad gave me. The inside smelled musty, like wet wood and dust. I opened some windows and let the air flow. The place was just one room with a little kitchen area, a stone fireplace, and a cot in the corner. There were antlers mounted on the wall and some framed photos of my uncle holding up fish or standing beside deer he had hunted years ago. I set my bag down and walked around. The floor creaked under my boots. I spent the first hour checking things out, making sure there wasn't any major damage, looking for mold, mice, or anything dangerous. Everything seemed okay, just old and dirty. The cupboards had some old cans of food and dusty coffee tins, but I wasn't going to touch any of it. There was no electricity, just a couple lanterns and a propane stove. The water pump behind the cabin worked, but the flow was weak and rusty. I had brought enough water anyway. That evening, I made a small fire in the outdoor pit and cooked some beans and rice. The sky had cleared up, and I watched the sun go down behind the trees. The stars came out slowly, then all at once until the sky was packed with them. There was no light pollution at all. I felt alone, but calm. I remember thinking I should do this more often, get away from everything. The silence didn't bother me at that point. I slept okay that first night. The cot was stiff, but I was tired. I woke up once in the middle of the night, sweating. The air inside had gotten really warm, even though it was cold outside. I didn't remember putting too much wood in the fireplace before falling asleep, but the embers were still glowing red when I checked. I opened the window wider and went back to sleep. The next morning, I got up around 7. I made some coffee on the propane stove and sat on the porch with my rifle leaning beside me. Still no animals, no birds, no bugs. The woods stayed quiet like they had the day before. It was a bit unsettling, but I didn't want to overthink it. I figured maybe the season had changed something in the behavior of the wildlife. After breakfast, I went for a short walk in the woods, staying close to the trail. Everything felt thick and heavy out there. The trees were tall and dense, the ground soft with layers of pine needles and damp leaves. Every step felt muffled. I noticed there weren't any fresh tracks. No deer prints, no rabbit tracks, not even squirrels. It didn't make any sense. There were always animals around this place. Still, I kept walking, keeping an eye on landmarks so I wouldn't get lost. About an hour in, I heard something. It wasn't loud, just a faint sound like a single branch snapping somewhere far off. I stopped and waited. I stood there for 5 minutes. Nothing else followed. I turned back toward the cabin. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The fire wouldn't catch well, and it got cold inside. I wrapped myself in my sleeping bag and kept the rifle near the cot. Around 2 in the morning, I heard what sounded like light footsteps outside. Not heavy, just slow and irregular. I held my breath and listened. Then they stopped. I didn't move for the rest of the night. The next morning, I went outside and walked the perimeter of the cabin. I found what looked like faint impressions in the soft earth near the back wall. I couldn't tell what made them. They didn't look like boots, but they also didn't look like animal prints. The shapes were long but wide, too wide to be a deer or bear. I stared at them for a long time. Then I covered them up with a branch and walked away. On the third day, I started getting paranoid. I kept hearing little things. Snaps, rustles, whispers of movement that stopped as soon as I looked toward them. I checked the trees, the path, the brush around the cabin. Still nothing visible, but it felt like something was out there, just beyond sight. Not moving fast, just watching. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat up in the chair near the fireplace with my rifle on my lap and a lantern lit. I kept the front window open just a crack, so I could hear better. Around 1:30 a.m., I saw the lantern flicker slightly, even though there was no wind. The flame thinned and leaned as if someone had moved quickly past it. But I hadn't heard a thing. I stepped out onto the porch with the gun. I didn't see anything, but I smelled something, like old, wet soil, almost like a swamp, though there were no swamps nearby. I turned back into the cabin and bolted the door. I barely blinked the rest of the night. The next morning, I made the decision to leave early. I packed up everything fast. I didn't even finish my breakfast. I went to the truck and started it. The gas was fine. The engine turned, but the wheels had been moved. Not the steering. The entire truck had shifted several inches sideways, as if something huge had nudged it from the side. I checked around. No tire marks but mine. No other tracks. But the dirt under the wheels was disturbed. I could see the marks clearly. I drove out as fast as the narrow path allowed. I didn't stop until I was on pavement. Once I got into range, my phone started buzzing. Missed calls from my dad, work emails, everything. I pulled over at a gas station and sat there for a long time. A few days later, I went back to my dad's house and told him everything. He said the area around the cabin had always been strange. People talked about hearing things at night, seeing things they couldn't explain. He never told me that before. He said maybe it was just isolation, but I don't think that was it. I haven't been back since. I thought about it a few times, even loaded up the truck once, but I couldn't do it. I still don't know what was out there. Maybe it was a person. Maybe someone living off-grid, watching from the trees. But I never saw anyone. I never heard a voice. Just footsteps. Just movement. Just pressure. Like something large was hiding just behind the edge of the trees. The last thing I remember from that cabin was the smell, that thick, wet dirt smell, and the marks under the truck tires. Something had moved it. Something strong enough to shift a full-size pickup truck on flat earth, silently, in the middle of the night. I don't know how to explain it without sounding crazy, but I know what I felt, and I'm never going back. I was 32 years old when I took a break from everything. Life had gotten noisy, fast, and exhausting. I was working from home for a tech company and barely sleeping. Too much screen time, too much caffeine, too much everything. My head always felt heavy, my chest always tight. I felt like I was getting older twice as fast, like I had skipped years without realizing it. That summer, I told myself I needed to go somewhere quiet. No phone, no emails, just nature. Something about being in the middle of nowhere always felt healing, like the air could scrub the inside of your lungs. I had saved enough to take a couple weeks off, and I planned to spend them in a rented cabin deep in the mountains, far from the nearest town. I found the place online through a site that listed off-grid cabins. This one was listed as basic but comfortable, with no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, and solar panels just enough to charge lights and a small fridge. It was in northern Idaho, nestled in the edge of a national forest, about 15 miles down a narrow dirt road that wound through trees so tall they blocked the sky. When I arrived, the sun was setting behind the mountains, and everything looked golden and quiet. The cabin itself was small, maybe 400 square feet, with a tin roof and dark wooden siding. There was a porch, 2 plastic chairs, and a chip table. It looked like the kind of place you'd pass in a movie and think nothing of, but it had exactly what I wanted: quiet, isolation, and stillness. There were no neighbors, just a dense forest on all sides, a small stream nearby, and a rusty metal shed about 30 yards from the cabin that the owner told me not to worry about. It was locked and hadn't been used in years. I didn't care. I wasn't here to snoop around. Inside the cabin, there was a single bed, a small table, a stove that ran on propane, and a compost toilet behind a curtain. There was a cabinet full of dry food: beans, rice, pasta, oats, and a water tank outside I'd have to refill manually from the stream and run through a purifier the owner left behind. It was all simple and peaceful, just what I needed. The first 2 days were everything I hoped for. I hiked during the day, read books on the porch in the evening, and sat by the stream, letting my mind quiet down. The air was fresh in a way I'd forgotten air could be. Cold at night, warm in the day. I was finally sleeping, eating simply, thinking clearly. No screens, no noise, just the rustling of trees, the crack of branches from deer, and the sound of wind through leaves. But then, late on the third night, I heard something. I had been asleep when I woke up suddenly. No reason. My eyes just opened like my body knew something I didn't. It was pitch black. I reached for the small solar lantern by the bed and turned it on. I sat still, listening. First, there was nothing, just silence. Then I heard a sound outside, a soft crunch, like someone stepping on gravel slowly. At first, I thought it might be an animal. Deer were common here, maybe a raccoon or something nosing around. But then the crunch came again, slower, heavier, like deliberate steps, not fast, not light, and not many, just 1, 2, 3. Then nothing. My heart started beating harder. I was fully awake now, and I turned off the lantern. I sat in the dark, eyes wide open, ears straining. I didn't have a gun, just a utility knife and a hatchet I used to split kindling. I stayed in bed, barely breathing. After a while, I heard nothing else. Eventually, I drifted back to sleep, but it was shallow, dreamless sleep, the kind where your body rests but your mind stays alert. The next morning, I stepped outside and looked around. I didn't see anything out of place. There were no signs of movement, no footprints I could spot. But the ground here was dry and hard in most places. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe it had been an animal after all. I told myself that, even though it didn't feel right. I went about my day trying to let it go. But something in me was still off. That night, I couldn't sleep. It was a mix of dread and curiosity. I kept replaying the sound over and over in my head. I kept staring at the small window near the bed, wondering what I would do if I saw a face there. At one point, I even put a chair under the doorknob, as if that would help. The fourth day came, and I tried to stay active. I hiked a bit farther into the forest to clear my mind. But while I was walking, I started noticing something strange. About half a mile into the woods, I found a tree that had been carved. Not by an animal. It was a symbol etched roughly into the bark. Just a crude X, maybe 2 feet high, like it had been made by a knife or something sharp. I looked around but saw no other markings. Just that one. I felt uneasy, but again told myself it was probably just from someone else who had been through here. Maybe a hunter, maybe a bored kid from town, even though the nearest one was at least an hour away. That night, I locked the door and windows tight. I kept the hatchet next to the bed and stayed under the blanket, barely moving. Around 2 in the morning, I heard it again. The steps. Slow. Heavy. This time it was more than a few. They circled the cabin once, stopped for a long moment, then faded off toward the woods. I didn't sleep at all after that. The next morning I walked toward the area I thought the steps went. I checked the perimeter. Still nothing obvious. But then I remembered the shed. The one the owner said not to worry about. I hadn't gone near it, but now I did. It was about 30 yards away, behind some tall weeds and trees. The shed was made of old corrugated metal, rusted, with a padlock on the door. There were scratch marks on one side, long vertical scratches, deep enough to leave marks in the metal. They didn't look new, but they didn't look ancient either. I walked around the shed, and behind it, I saw something that made my stomach drop. There was a pile of cigarette butts. Not just 1 or 2, maybe 30, all stubbed out in the dirt behind the shed. Some were still fresh, not yet fully faded or soaked by rain. There hadn't been any rain lately, and I hadn't smoked in over 10 years. I picked one up. It was still soft, like someone had smoked it maybe 2 nights ago, maybe even last night. My hands started shaking. I dropped it and backed away. I looked around, scanning the trees. I was completely alone. No sound. Nothing moved. But I felt watched. I ran back to the cabin and locked the door behind me. My thoughts raced. Someone had been staying out here. Maybe watching me. Maybe using the shed somehow. Maybe sneaking around at night. Maybe listening. I packed my bag that minute. I didn't care if I'd planned for 2 weeks. I was leaving, but when I got in the car and turned the key, nothing happened. The engine didn't start. No sound, no clicking, just nothing. I checked the battery terminals, they looked fine. The fuel gauge was halfway. I tried again. Nothing. Felt dead. I went back inside and sat on the floor, shaking. I told myself I'd try again in a few hours, let the solar panel charge the starter battery a bit if something had drained it. But part of me knew that wasn't the problem. I checked the car that morning. It had started fine when I moved it to the shade. I stayed in the cabin the rest of that day. I kept all the windows closed. I barely moved. At one point, I thought I saw something in the tree line. A figure, maybe, but I blinked and it was gone. My mind was playing tricks on me, or maybe it wasn't. That night, the steps came again. But this time, they didn't just circle the cabin. They stopped at the door. Then I heard something worse. The doorknob moved, jiggled softly, once, then again. I sat frozen, hatchet in hand, barely able to breathe. Then the sound stopped. Total silence. No more steps. Nothing. I waited for hours before the sun came up. When it did, I opened the door slowly. There were fresh footprints in the dirt. Boots. Not animal. Not mine. I checked the car again. Still dead. I was stuck. I stayed inside most of the day. Around noon, I finally forced myself to go back to the shed. I had to know more. I had to know if someone had been sleeping out there or stashing something. I used the hatchet to knock off the lock, which had already been loosened, like someone had been fiddling with it. Inside, there was a cot, a stained blanket, empty food wrappers, water bottles, a flashlight, and worst of all, photos. Dozens of photos of me, sitting by the stream, reading on the porch, walking into the woods, sleeping in the cabin through the window, all taken from a distance, some from very close. I felt like throwing up. My legs went numb. I backed out of the shed and ran. I didn't know where, just away. I made it about half a mile before I collapsed near a rock ledge. I stayed there, hidden in the trees, for what felt like hours. Eventually, I made a plan. I waited until nightfall. I took the car's spark plugs out and kept them in my pocket. Then I went back to the cabin and packed everything I could carry: food, water, first aid. I went up to the cabin because I needed to get away from the noise of the city. The place belonged to my uncle, who didn't really use it anymore, and he told me I could stay there as long as I wanted. It sat about 35 miles from the nearest town, buried deep in a thick forest in the northwest, not far from a dried-out logging trail that hadn't been touched in years. It wasn't the kind of place people just stumbled upon. There were no signs, no marked roads, and if someone hadn't been told where it was, they wouldn't find it. I left my car parked a little ways up the trail, where the dirt started turning into deep ruts and exposed roots. I hiked the rest of the way in with a big pack on my shoulders, my sleeping bag rolled up and tied tight across the top. I had packed simple stuff: canned food, a few tools, some firewood I bought in town, and a big jug of water. I didn't trust the tap at the cabin, even though my uncle swore it still worked. It had been almost 10 years since anyone stayed there for longer than a day or two. The cabin itself was small, just one room, really, with a short hallway to a bathroom that barely functioned. The front door creaked loud when I opened it, and the inside smelled like dust and dry pine. Everything was quiet, not city quiet, the kind of quiet that presses on your ears and makes you notice how loud your own heartbeat is. I hadn't felt that kind of quiet in years. There was a wood stove in the corner, a metal one with a rusted pipe going up through the ceiling. That stove became the only thing I focused on during that first night because I didn't like the cold air seeping through the cracks in the walls. I set up my stuff on the old mattress tucked against the far wall, built a fire, and sat down on the wooden floor with a can of soup and a dull knife to open it. I didn't even have a proper can opener. After I ate, I just sat there, listening to the fire pop inside the stove. I noticed a sound that didn't match the rest. It was faint at first, something like a soft shuffle behind the stove. I figured maybe it was a squirrel in the wall or something. It was an old building after all. Animals found ways in. But when I walked around to the back of the stove and knocked on the wall, it stopped. That night, I kept waking up, not because I was cold or uncomfortable, but because I felt something off, like I was being listened to. I had no cell signal out there, no internet, no noise but the wind in the trees. Every time I woke up, I'd sit up slowly and just listen. But I didn't hear anything, just the wind and the occasional rustle of branches. The next day, I walked a little ways out, just exploring the area around the cabin. There were no other houses for miles. No power lines, no trash, no signs that anyone had been around in a long time. Just thick trees, tall grass, and scattered rocks. When I got back to the cabin around mid-afternoon, I noticed something strange. The firewood I stacked beside the stove was a little different, like the pieces had been moved. Not a lot, just enough that I noticed. I thought maybe it was me who did it and forgot, so I didn't think about it much. But then that night, the sound behind the stove came back. This time louder. It started as a soft scraping, like something being dragged gently across wood. I was lying on the mattress reading by flashlight, and I turned it off to listen more carefully. The fire had gone out by then, and the inside of the stove was still making faint ticking noises from cooling down. But behind it, the sound kept going. Scrape, pause, scrape again. I got up slowly and tiptoed across the floor, trying not to make noise. I went to the side of the stove, and as soon as I leaned in, it stopped again. I waited a few seconds, and then I knocked on the wall 3 slow knocks. Nothing. I stood there a little longer, then walked back to the mattress and lay down. But I didn't sleep. I stared up at the dark ceiling, flashlight in hand, and tried to make sense of what was happening. I didn't think it was an animal anymore. It didn't sound like the scurry of feet or the flutter of wings. It was deliberate, slow. It moved like something trying not to be heard. The next morning, I pulled the stove away from the wall. Took effort. The thing was heavy, and I was worried I might snap the rusted pipe going through the ceiling. But I managed to slide it a foot or two out. Behind it was just a wall of warped wood panels, dusty and cobwebbed. I knocked along the panels and felt for air, like maybe there was a hidden crawl space or old chute. But there was nothing. I let it go for the day. Tried to enjoy the quiet, tried to make coffee and read and think clearly. But that whole time, I kept looking over at the stove. It sat a little crooked now after I moved it, like it didn't want to go back to the exact spot it used to be in. That night, it happened again. The sound returned. Scraping. This time it was longer, more drawn out, like something moving along a wall or floor very slowly. It didn't stop when I moved. I sat up and looked across the cabin at the stove, and the sound was still going. It made my skin crawl. I grabbed my flashlight and walked over fast, expecting to catch a rat or something. But again, the sound stopped the second I got close. I stood there for 5 minutes, just breathing and holding my light against the stove side. The air behind it was slightly warmer than the rest of the room. I don't know why I noticed that, but it stood out. I started thinking maybe someone had been here before me. Maybe there was a squatter or some drifter who had holed up in the crawl space or dug something out beneath the floor. The idea sounded crazy, but not impossible. The woods were full of people who wanted to stay hidden. The next day, I took a hammer and small pry bar from my pack and started pulling up floorboards behind the stove. Took most of the morning. The boards were old and dry, and some of the nails snapped off instead of coming out clean. I got 5 of them up before I hit dirt. Just hard-packed dirt. I dug at it with the claw of the hammer, maybe an inch deep, but nothing was there. No tunnel, no buried vents, no hole. Just dirt. Dry and undisturbed. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I lay on the mattress with the flashlight resting on my chest, pointed at the ceiling, and just listened. The sound came again around 2 a.m. scraping, then a faint bump, then another bump. I sat up fast and pointed the flashlight toward the stove. I didn't see anything move, but I felt something change in the air, like pressure, like something had shifted inside the room. I waited 30 minutes, then crept toward the stove and pulled it farther from the wall. This time I pushed it all the way out, close to the center of the room. There was nothing behind it, but the warm air was still there, right where it used to stand. It smelled slightly different, too, almost like something sour. Not strong, just enough to notice. I slept with my back against the door that night, a hatchet in one hand. When the sun came up, I made a decision. I was going to check every inch of the cabin, walls, floor, ceiling, everything. I started with the corners. I tapped the walls with a broom handle, listening for hollow sounds. The panel behind the stove sounded a little different, but only slightly, like maybe it was thinner than the rest. I ran my hand along the seam where it met the floor and felt a small crack. I pressed against it hard and heard a creak. There was a hidden panel. I spent half the day carefully prying it loose. It was fitted well, not just nailed up but wedged in. When I finally pulled it out, it revealed a narrow space between the walls, maybe 2 feet wide, 4 feet deep. Not a room, not a tunnel, just a hollow space. Inside it was a sleeping bag, a dirty, flattened sleeping bag. There was also a small backpack, a broken lantern, a pile of food wrappers, and a dull kitchen knife. Someone had been living in there. The air inside smelled rotten, like mold and something else. I pulled the sleeping bag out with the tip of the broom handle and dragged it into the light. It was crusted with dirt, dried leaves, and something brown, maybe blood. I didn't touch the rest. I felt sick. That night, I didn't hear the scraping. For the first time since I arrived, the cabin was silent again. But I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about who had been inside the wall. How they got in, how long they stayed, why they left. I didn't see any signs they had come back. No footsteps, no moved items, no fresh wrappers or prints. But something in my gut told me I wasn't alone out there. Not really. I stayed one more night, just one. And that night, right around 2 a.m. again, I heard something. Not behind the stove this time, at the front door. A single, soft knock. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stared at the door and gripped the hatchet tighter. The knock didn't come again. No footsteps. No sound of retreat. Nothing. But in the morning, when I finally worked up the nerve to open the door, there was something on the ground. A torn piece of paper, folded in half. No writing, just dirt and a smudge of something dark on one corner. That was it for me. I packed everything in 10 minutes and left the cabin behind. I didn't even bother cleaning up. I hiked fast, nonstop, all the way back to my car. When I reached the trailhead, I found something else. My car door was unlocked. I never leave it unlocked. There were smudges on the driver's side window, like handprints. I drove straight back to the city and didn't stop once. I wasn't supposed to go up there. Everyone said to just let it be, that it was too remote, too dangerous, too emotional. After my older brother, Ethan, disappeared in those woods the year before, the entire family kind of just shut the place out. They didn't sell it. They didn't visit it. They didn't touch a damn thing. It was like that part of our lives got sealed in a box and pushed into the back of a dark attic, somewhere nobody wanted to look. But I couldn't let it go. I had this nagging thought that if I just retraced his steps, maybe something would make sense. Maybe I'd find something, anything, that the police or the search teams had missed. I wasn't expecting some big discovery, but I thought maybe just being there would help me make peace with the whole thing. It felt like the only thing left I could do for him. So I packed up the Jeep and headed north. The cabin was deep in the mountains, a good 5-hour drive from where I lived. The last hour and a half was nothing but dirt roads and pine trees. No signs, no cell service, and barely any tire tracks. It was late September, and the air had that cold bite that reminded me winter was around the corner. The sun dipped behind the trees quicker up there, and the shadows grew long by early afternoon. I pulled up to the cabin around 3 p.m. The place looked exactly like the last time I saw it, 2 years earlier, when Ethan had invited me up for a weekend trip I never made. I remember canceling last minute. I had a work thing or something stupid like that. I never imagined that would be the last invitation I'd get from him. The cabin was old, built in the 70s by our grandfather. A-frame, dark brown wood, tin roof, one chimney. No power lines led to it, and it had no running water. There was a small outhouse about 50 yards out back. Inside, it had a small wood stove, a kitchenette with a propane burner, a couple of bunk beds, and a tiny loft for extra sleeping space. The windows had been boarded up from the inside for the winter after Ethan went missing. and from what I could tell, no one had entered since. I used the spare key nailed behind the side beam, just where Grandpa always left it. Felt strange, stepping inside again. Dust covered everything. A dead mouse lay under the kitchen table, and cobwebs filled the corners. I walked through each room slowly, as if I might catch a glimpse of Ethan just beyond the doorway. But it was empty, still and quiet. I unpacked my gear and set up for the night. I brought food, water, a flashlight, batteries, a satellite phone in case of emergency, a notebook, and a digital recorder I found in my brother's old things. I figured I could record some notes or thoughts while I was there. Something about the idea of talking to Ethan, even through a recorder, felt comforting. I lit the propane lamp and made some instant noodles. Then I sat in his favorite chair by the stove. There was a chill in the air, but I didn't bother lighting a fire that night. I wrapped myself in my jacket and tried to soak in the place. I didn't sleep much that first night. Every creak of the wood, every rustle outside, made my nerves jump. I wasn't scared exactly, I just felt alert, like the place was holding its breath. The next morning, I walked the trail Ethan was last seen on. The police had gone over it back then, but I had to see it with my own eyes. The trail led about 2 miles down toward a small lake where he liked to fish. The path was overgrown but still visible. Along the way, I found a few old beer cans and a broken fishing pole wedged between 2 trees. It looked like it had been there a while, probably his. I stood at the lake's edge for a long time. The water was dark and still. Trees surrounded it on all sides. No movement, no signs of life. It felt like the kind of place the world forgot. I stayed there for over an hour, walking the perimeter slowly, looking for any hint of something unusual. Nothing stood out, just pine needles, damp earth, and silence. When I got back to the cabin, it was late afternoon. I was tired but restless. I sat at the table and opened my notebook. I wrote down everything I saw, what I remembered about Ethan, the details of the trail, the lake, the broken pole. I clicked on the digital recorder and started talking into it. I didn't know what I was hoping to capture. Maybe just the sound of my own thoughts. That night, I lit a fire in the stove. The warmth helped. The wind had picked up outside, and branches knocked against the roof. I thought I heard footsteps once, but it turned out to be a loose shutter swinging in the wind. Still, I double-checked the door and kept the hatchet close by. The next few days followed the same rhythm. Wake up, hike a little farther out, check old trails, return to the cabin, take notes, record thoughts. I started noticing small things that seemed off. One day, I came back from a hike and found my gear shifted. Nothing major, just a lantern moved from the shelf to the table. Another time, I found fresh dirt on the cabin floor that wasn't there before I left. Could have been me. I told myself it was. But I started locking the cabin door when I left, even though I was miles from the nearest person. On the 4th day, I decided to check the ridge behind the cabin. Ethan had mentioned it once, saying there was an old hunter's blind up there. It wasn't on any of the search maps. The climb was steep, and the ground was soft from recent rain. I reached the top after 2 hours. The view was wide, trees stretching out forever. And there, half collapsed and buried in brush, was the blind. It was more like a small shack, just big enough to stand in. Inside, I found an old folding chair, a thermos, and a faded tarp. But something else was under the floorboards. I pried them up and found a metal box. Inside was a notebook, Ethan's handwriting, notes, dates, sketches of the area, and a line that made my stomach drop. He comes around at night, keeps his distance, but he's watching. I saw him again near the outhouse. I read the sentence over and over. He, no name, no description, just a shadow, presence. I took the notebook and got back to the cabin as fast as I could. That night, I listened to the old recordings Ethan had made on the same digital recorder. Most were just sound clips of wind, water, trees. But one, near the end, had something strange. It was a whisper, barely audible, but there was no mistaking it. It was Ethan breathing hard, whispering, "I know you're there," then silence. The rest of that night, I couldn't sleep. I kept the fire going, watched the windows, held the hatchet in my lap. Nothing happened, but I felt watched, like something sat just beyond the tree line, waiting. The next morning, I was ready to leave, but when I opened the cabin door, I froze. Footprints, fresh ones, not mine, not boots, bare feet. They led from the edge of the trees to the side of the cabin, then vanished. I packed everything in under 10 minutes. The Jeep started, thankfully, and I drove like hell until I saw paved road again. I didn't stop until I was halfway home. I didn't sleep that night or the next. I kept going over everything: Ethan's notes, the footprints, the whisper. Who was watching him? Who was still there? A month later, the police went back up with a search team. They found a shallow grave 2 miles from the cabin. It had Ethan's jacket in it. Bones, animal chewed. Some remains were never recovered. They said it was probably exposure, maybe a wild animal. But I saw those prints. I heard the voice. Someone else was there. I think someone still lives in those woods. Maybe a squatter. Maybe someone who's been there a long time. Someone who watches from the trees, keeps their distance until they don't. Ethan knew. He just didn't get out in time. And the worst part? In the bottom of Ethan's notebook was one last page. Scribbled, shaky handwriting. "Don't come looking for me. He doesn't like strangers." I think I was lucky. I think I got out just in time. And I'm never going back. I took time off from everything that summer. I wasn't burned out or having a breakdown or anything like that. I just needed a pause. Work had been consistent for years, and I hadn't taken more than a weekend trip in what felt like forever. So I booked a small off-grid cabin in the woods upstate, not far from an old quarry I'd read about in some hiking blog. The pictures looked quiet, lonely even, but that was what I wanted. Just me, the trees, and a place with no signal for a full week. The cabin was deep into the woods. The gravel road leading there stretched 5 miles off the main highway and twisted through dense trees on both sides. I had to park my car at the edge of a small clearing and walk the last quarter mile because the path narrowed too much for a vehicle. I carried a hiking backpack with everything I needed: food for the week, some basic tools, a large flashlight, and a cheap battery-powered radio I'd picked up at a gas station on the drive up. The cabin itself was about what I expected. A single room, wooden walls, a small table, a wood stove in the corner, and a narrow cot pushed up under the window. There was a small sink fed by a water barrel on the roof and an outhouse about 20 yards into the trees out back. Nothing fancy, just functional. I spent the first day unpacking, organizing my supplies, and just walking the perimeter to get familiar with the area. Behind the cabin, through a short slope down a trail, the land opened up into what looked like a long-abandoned rock quarry. It wasn't massive, but it had that hollowed-out feel like a bowl dug into the woods. Trees had started to grow up around the edges, and there were old rusted machines, piles of stone, and cracked concrete slabs scattered all over. It looked untouched for decades. I found it strangely peaceful. Something about the quarry being forgotten by time gave me this calm feeling, like nobody else would bother coming here. I figured I'd go there each morning with my coffee and a notebook. I wasn't a writer or anything, but I liked to scribble down thoughts, sketches, plans, anything that came to mind. The first couple days were normal. I fell into a routine. Wake up early, boil some instant coffee, sit in the quarry for a while. Then I'd hike around the trails for a few hours, make lunch, nap, read by the window, and fall asleep not long after sunset. The peace of being alone in the woods was exactly what I was after. On the third morning, I saw something strange. I had taken my coffee down to the quarry like usual. The sun was just coming up behind the trees, and a low fog was sitting over the ground. I climbed up onto a flat slab of concrete near what looked like an old loader machine and sat down. As I took a sip, I noticed something off in the far end of the quarry, where the tree line curved around a crumbled retaining wall. There was a man standing there. He wasn't moving. He was standing halfway behind a tree, almost like he was leaning around it, watching. I froze. I didn't panic. I just stared for a long time, thinking maybe I was imagining it. The figure didn't move. He was too far to make out any details, just a person-shaped silhouette leaning from behind the tree. I didn't do anything. I sat there for another 5 minutes without taking my eyes off that spot. Nothing changed. Eventually, I stood up and walked slowly back to the cabin, not turning my back to the quarry until I was nearly at the top of the trail. I never heard a sound. No footsteps, no rustling, just silence. Back at the cabin, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was an illusion, light hitting the tree weird, or a broken branch shaped like a person. I told myself I'd go back down the next morning and check it out in full daylight. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The air felt heavier than before, and even though it was cool outside, I was sweating. Every small sound outside the cabin made me sit up. I kept the flashlight in my hand all night, even after the batteries started to fade. The next morning, I walked down to the quarry again. This time, I didn't bring my coffee. I brought the hatchet I kept near the stove just in case. I walked straight to the spot where I thought I saw the man. When I got there, I didn't see any branch that looked human. There wasn't even a clear place to stand without making a lot of noise. The underbrush there was thick and dry. Anyone who had stood there would have left broken twigs or at least scuffed up the dirt. But the ground was undisturbed. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there. I circled the area a few times, walked back toward the tree line, even climbed one of the low rock hills to get a better view. Nothing. I went back to the cabin and tried to ignore it. I didn't want to ruin the trip. I told myself to just let it go. The following morning, I didn't go down to the quarry. I stayed near the cabin and read instead. I kept checking out the window, watching the trees. In the late afternoon, I noticed something strange about the outhouse. It looked different. The door was slightly ajar, and I was sure I had closed it earlier that morning. I walked over slowly, hatchet in hand again, and pushed the door open. Inside, everything looked normal, but on the inside wall of the door, someone had drawn a shape in the dust. It was a crude triangle with a line through the middle, just a finger-dragged mark in the grime. I hadn't done it. I cleaned the mark off with my sleeve and stepped out. I didn't know what to think. I walked the perimeter of the cabin again, checking for signs anyone had been nearby. Nothing. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat at the table with the hatchet and flashlight and kept the door locked and barred. The next day, I decided to hike back to where I parked my car and leave. But when I reached the clearing where I left it, my car was gone. Not broken into, not damaged, gone. I stood there in the empty clearing for a full 5 minutes, just staring at the dirt and gravel. My car had definitely been there. I remembered the way I backed it in, the flat rock I had kicked away from under the front tire, even the small bundle of trash I had left next to the rear bumper. All gone. I checked the ground. No drag marks, no tire tracks, no signs at all. Just empty space. My first thought was theft, but how would someone have gotten in? The gravel road was overgrown and barely drivable, and I hadn't seen a single person or vehicle since I arrived. I walked back to the cabin, fast. My head was pounding. I tried the radio, but it was just static. No signal. I turned it off and sat on the cot for a long time, just thinking. That evening, I heard something walking around the cabin. It was slow, careful, like whoever it was didn't want to be heard. I sat on the cot with the flashlight off, listening. It circled the cabin twice. I could hear the soft crunch of leaves, the creak of floorboards on the porch, and once the rattle of the window frame behind me. But I never saw anything. The steps stopped around 3 a.m. I stayed up till dawn, gripping the hatchet so tight my hand hurt. That morning, I found new footprints outside. Bare feet, not hiking boots or sneakers. Human feet, large, white, dirty. They led from the trees to the cabin, then circled and disappeared back into the forest. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I didn't leave the cabin at all. I sat there watching out every window, waiting for movement. The forest felt alive and wrong, like the trees were closing in. I tried the radio again, still static. That night, I didn't hear the footsteps. I heard breathing, not mine, just outside the wall near the cot. I could hear slow, steady breathing. Close, too close. It wasn't heavy. It was soft, like someone standing inches away, listening. It lasted about 5 minutes, then stopped. I stayed awake for 2 full days after that. My body felt hollow. My thoughts were slow and broken. I saw things that might have been real or might have been dreams. I saw the man again once, at the edge of the trees near the quarry. Same stance, same distance. I stayed in the cabin. I didn't eat for over 2 days. On the 6th night, I finally passed out from exhaustion. When I woke up, the door was wide open. On the table, someone had placed a Polaroid photo. It was me, sleeping on the cot, taken from inside the cabin. There was no Polaroid camera anywhere in the cabin. No film, no way to explain it. I finally ran. I didn't care where I was going. I ran down the road, through the trees, screaming for help, tearing through brush and branches, hoping I'd find a logging crew, a hiker, anyone. I didn't stop until I collapsed on the gravel shoulder of the highway. A truck driver picked me up. Police found my car 3 days later. It had been pushed into the quarry and covered with brush. Hidden. The keys were still in the ignition. They never found the man. No fingerprints. No signs of forced entry. No clues. Just my story and that photo. I never went back. I moved to a city, far from the woods. I still hear breathing when I sleep. And I still have that photo. I keep it in a drawer under my bed, and every so often, I check to make sure it's still the same one. So far, it hasn't changed. But I can't shake the feeling that someday it will. And when it does, I don't think I'll be in it alone. Everything had become too much. The noise, the emails, the phone always buzzing, the meetings, the fake smiles, the pressure of pretending like I had everything under control when I didn't. I had started waking up in the middle of the night, sweating, chest tight, like something was pressing down on me even though nothing was there. My hands shook when I held a coffee mug, and I started forgetting small things like why I walked into a room or where I parked my car. I didn't want to tell anyone because I knew what they'd say. That I was burning out, that I needed help, or maybe worse, that I was weak. So I made a decision without telling anybody. I found an old cabin in the northern part of the state, just off a narrow gravel road, surrounded by forest. It was far from anything. No reception, no neighbors, no noise, just a wooden structure that used to belong to a hunter decades ago, now owned by a man I found through an online listing. He was old, lived in a different state, and didn't care who used the place as long as they paid. I packed my car with a week's worth of food, canned goods, bottled water, some dried fruit, a loaf of bread, a few small things like peanut butter, jerky, energy bars. I brought clothes, some firewood, a sleeping bag, matches, batteries, a small camp stove, and a notebook. I left my phone behind on purpose. I didn't want anyone to call. I didn't want to check it. I didn't even want to be tempted. The drive took most of the day. The road got worse the farther I went, narrowing and breaking up with potholes and gravel until finally it was barely even a trail. I followed the GPS coordinates I had written on paper, just in case. The air felt different out there, dry but cold, with the smell of pine and dirt. I finally reached the cabin just as the sun was falling behind the hills. It looked exactly like the pictures. A small, single-story wooden structure, dark brown and worn by age, with one front window, a porch with 2 steps, and a crooked metal chimney poking out from the roof. I unpacked the car in silence. There were no sounds but the wind and the occasional rustle in the trees. Inside the cabin, it was cold. The floor creaked. There was no insulation, just thin walls and a few shelves with old supplies. Nails, a rusted hatchet, a broken lantern. The cabin had no electricity, no plumbing. There was a rusted wood stove in one corner and a small cot on the opposite side with a thin mattress. It was everything I needed, nothing more. The first night was quiet. I made a fire in the stove with some of the wood I brought. Took a while to heat the cabin, and even then, it only warmed the space a little. I lay in my sleeping bag on the cot, staring at the wooden ceiling beams, listening to the fire crackle. I didn't sleep much. My mind kept running through everything I was trying to escape. Unfinished projects, co-workers I couldn't stand, the look on my boss's face when I told him I needed time off. I felt guilty even though I had no reason to. Still, I forced myself to stay, telling myself this was what I needed. The next morning, I woke to a strange stillness. There was no wind, no birds, just silence. I walked outside, feeling the cold hit my face like a slap. The forest stretched out in every direction. Tall pines, thick underbrush, dead leaves. I walked a little, not too far, just enough to get my legs moving. The cabin sat in a small clearing, maybe 30 feet wide. Then it was all woods. There were no tire tracks except mine. No footprints, no signs of anyone. It was perfect. The first few days were peaceful. I followed the same routine. I woke up, made a small fire, boiled some water for oatmeal, then walked a little through the woods. I'd write in my notebook, nothing important, just thoughts, memories, ideas. Sometimes I'd just sit and listen. No distractions, no phone, no talking. Felt good at first. But around the fourth day, I started noticing small things that felt off. It began with a footprint. I had just come back from a short walk through the trees. I always left from the same side of the clearing and came back the same way. But that day, when I returned to the cabin, I saw a footprint just beside the front porch. It wasn't mine. The shape was different, wider, with a deeper heel. I looked around but didn't see anyone. I told myself it must have been mine from an earlier walk, even though I knew it wasn't. Still, I brushed it off. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept thinking about the footprint. The forest was silent again. Too silent. I lay in my sleeping bag, watching the fire glow through the stove's glass. Around 2 a.m, I thought I heard something outside, a branch snapping, then another. I sat up and held my breath. Nothing followed, just silence. I didn't go outside. I told myself animals make noises all the time. Maybe a deer. The next morning, I found another footprint behind the cabin, near the small firewood pile. This time it was clearer, larger than mine, with the tread of a boot. It hadn't snowed or rained, so it was fresh. It hadn't been there the day before. I knew that for sure. I looked around again. I shouted once, even though I didn't want to talk. No answer. The trees didn't move. Nothing looked disturbed, but the print was real. I kept checking over my shoulder the rest of that day. I barely left the cabin. When I did, I stayed close. I kept thinking I was being watched, but I never saw anyone. I started noticing how isolated I really was. I hadn't seen another car, another person, another light since I got here. No road nearby, no houses, no sounds of life. I liked that when I came here, but now it felt like a trap. That night, I didn't make a fire. I didn't want the smoke to give away my position. I sat in the dark, wrapped in my bag, my ears straining for any sound. I didn't hear anything for hours. Then, just past midnight, I saw something. Through the front window, that single square pane of glass, I saw movement. A shadow. Passed quickly, just enough for me to catch it before it was gone. I froze. My breathing stopped. I lay still, staring at the window. Nothing came back. I waited. I tried to convince myself it was the wind, but there was no wind. I waited for 2 hours, still. Nothing else moved. The next morning, I walked around the cabin again. More footprints. This time, they circled the entire structure. Some were deep, some were faint, but they were fresh. I knew it wasn't an animal. They were boots, like work boots, same size as before. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have a phone. I didn't have a weapon. I had a hatchet, but it was old and dull. I felt like a fool for coming out here alone. I thought maybe I should leave, but my car was low on gas, and I wasn't even sure I could find my way back to the main road. Still, I started packing. I moved my supplies back into bags, but I kept them inside for now. I tried to sleep a little that afternoon, but I couldn't. I kept hearing noises, faint steps, the crunch of dry leaves, a soft thud like someone tripping over a root. I looked out the window every few minutes. I never saw anything, just the trees. That night, I blocked the window with my sleeping bag. I made no fire. I sat in silence again, heart pounding, gripping the dull hatchet. Then, at 1:37 a.m., I know the time because I kept staring at my wristwatch. I heard footsteps on the porch. Not animal steps. Heavy, slow, human. One step, then another. The boards creaked, then silence. I sat frozen, barely breathing. I didn't move. I didn't speak. Then, I saw the doorknob turn. It didn't open. I had locked it with the old metal latch, but I saw it move. Gently, slowly. Someone was trying to open the door. Not forcefully, like they were testing it. After 10 seconds, it stopped. Then silence. I didn't move until morning. I didn't sleep. I didn't even blink for long. When the sun finally rose, I waited another hour, then opened the door slowly and stepped outside. No one was there. No footprints this time. But I saw something else. A string. Thin, clear, almost invisible. Fishing line. It was tied around the doorknob. It ran across the porch and disappeared into the trees. I didn't follow it. I knew what that meant. Someone had rigged it, either to make a noise if the door opened or to alert them if I moved. Either way, someone was watching. Someone had been watching me since the beginning. That was the moment I made the final decision. I had to leave. I packed everything in less than 10 minutes. I barely checked what I brought. I just threw it all into the car. I didn't care about the gas level. I didn't care if I got lost. I just wanted to leave. The car started. I turned around in the small clearing and drove back through the narrow trail. The trees scraped the sides. The gravel cracked under the tires. I didn't stop. I kept looking in the mirror, expecting to see someone running after me. But I never did. Took hours, but I found the main road again. I found a gas station later that evening. An old one, with one pump and a man in a denim jacket who looked at me like I was crazy. I had been working straight for over 6 months without a break. The job was boring but demanding. Data entry from home, lots of spreadsheets, and a manager who believed in micromanaging through emails every hour. I lived alone in a small apartment just outside the city. Life had become repetitive. I barely went out. Even the sound of traffic outside my building had started to irritate me. I wanted silence. I wanted something different. I needed air that didn't smell like smoke or exhaust or the hallway outside my door. I didn't know anyone who had a cabin or anything like that. So, I searched online and booked a small cabin about 4 hours north. It was deep in the woods, far from the main road. The pictures looked perfect. A single wooden cabin, surrounded by thick trees, with a narrow dirt path leading to it. No internet, no cell signal, no other people. Just a generator, a wood stove, a lake nearby, and a couple of oil lamps. It had the basic kitchen setup: gas stove, water tank, some pots and pans, and an outhouse about 30 feet behind the cabin. I packed up my car with clothes, canned food, bottled water, a good flashlight, my old hunting knife just in case, and a few books. I left on a Thursday morning, wanting to beat any traffic and make it there well before sunset. I had no plans to hike or fish or do anything adventurous. I just wanted to sit, read, maybe walk around the woods, and not hear anyone talking or typing or shouting. The drive up was long and quiet. After the last town, there were no more gas stations or rest stops. Just trees, gravel roads, and signs I couldn't read clearly. I followed the directions the owner had emailed me. About 2 hours after I passed the last gas station, I found the dirt path leading to the cabin. There was a small wooden post with faded red paint and no numbers. It didn't look like a road, more like a hiking trail someone had driven on once in a while. I followed it slowly for almost a mile until I reached the cabin. It looked like the pictures, but older. The wood was darker than I expected, and some of the shingles were missing from the roof, but it still looked solid. The windows were small, and the front door had 2 locks. There was a small porch with an old chair, and the lake was about 200 feet away through the trees. No one around, no sound of cars, just wind in the trees and birds. That's what I wanted. I brought everything inside and settled in. The cabin had one main room and a smaller bedroom with a metal frame bed. The kitchen area was in the main room, and there was a shelf with matches, candles, and old books. The generator was out back, and I got it running after a few pulls. It wasn't loud, just a low humming that faded into the background. I had light and could cook. I made soup that night and sat outside for a while before going to bed early. That first night was peaceful. I didn't sleep well, not because of noise, but because it was too quiet. I wasn't used to hearing nothing. No sirens, no cars, not even a fridge buzzing. I lay in bed staring at the wooden ceiling for hours. When I finally fell asleep, I dreamt of my apartment. Nothing bad, just normal stuff. But I woke up twice thinking I had heard something, like branches breaking. I told myself it was just animals, deer, squirrels, maybe raccoons. The second day, I walked around the lake and through the woods. I didn't go far, maybe a mile out, and circled back. I had a light lunch and spent most of the day reading outside. It was calm, and for a while, I felt like my head was finally clearing. I started thinking I should do this more often, maybe even look into buying a small place like this someday. At sunset, I made tea and sat on the porch. The sky turned orange and purple. I felt peaceful. Then I saw him. He was standing at the edge of the tree line on the other side of the lake. Far enough that I couldn't make out his face, but close enough that I saw the red baseball cap on his head. He was wearing a gray jacket and jeans, just standing there, half in the trees, half out. Not moving, just looking, I think. I stared at him for almost a full minute. Then I blinked and looked again, and he was gone, just like that. At first, I told myself it could have been nothing, a trick of the light. Maybe I imagined it, but I didn't feel like I had. I remembered the way the red cap looked in the low light, the way his arms hung at his sides. I went inside and locked the door. I didn't see him again that night, but I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured someone walking through the woods. I left the lamp on and the knife under my pillow. The next morning, I walked around the lake, hoping to find footprints. The ground was soft in places, but I didn't see anything. I checked the trees. Nothing. I kept thinking maybe it had been a hunter. Maybe someone was out here without knowing the cabin was rented. That seemed possible. I didn't know how far the next house or trail was, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the man had been watching me, not passing by, watching. That day, I didn't go far. I stayed close to the cabin. I kept checking the woods. Nothing. No movement. No sound. Around 3 p.m., I heard the generator cut off. I went outside and saw it had stopped. I tried starting it again, but the pull cord felt tight, like something inside was jammed. I opened the top and checked the fuel. It was half full. Then I saw the problem. The spark plug wire had been pulled off. Not loose, pulled. It was stretched and slightly torn. I didn't do that. I would have remembered. I reattached it and managed to get it running again after a few more pulls. But that's when I knew someone had been near the cabin. That wasn't an animal. That was someone with hands. I walked around the cabin slowly, looked at the windows. No marks. I checked the trees. Again, nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling anymore. Someone had been near me. Someone had touched the generator. Maybe they'd even been watching while I was inside. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat on the floor with the flashlight and the knife in my lap. Every so often, I looked out the windows. The woods were too dark. No moon, just black trees. At around 2 a.m., I heard something behind the cabin, a crunch of leaves, then a light scrape. I didn't look out the back window. I just turned off the light and sat in silence. The sound didn't come again, but I didn't sleep at all after that. I waited for sunrise like it was the only thing keeping me alive. In the morning, I walked behind the cabin slowly. That's when I saw the footprints, clear ones, right near the outhouse. They were deep and pointed toward the cabin, not away, like someone had walked up in the night and stood there. They were boot prints, bigger than mine. I looked around the trees again. This time I noticed something new. About 20 feet into the woods, behind a fallen log, there was a small pile of garbage. An old coffee cup, a torn snack wrapper, and a half-burned piece of fabric. Like someone had camped there, or watched from there. It wasn't mine. I hadn't walked that way. I stood there for a long time, staring into the woods. I didn't move. I didn't hear anything, but I could feel someone. Not close, maybe, but near enough to know they could still be out there. I packed my things right away. I threw everything back in the car. I didn't clean the cabin. I didn't turn off the generator. I just left. When I got to the dirt path, I drove fast. The car bumped and shook, and I didn't care. I just wanted to get to the main road. But halfway down the path, I saw him again. He was standing to the side of the trail, just standing there still. Same red cap, same jacket. I didn't slow down. I drove past him, heart pounding. I looked in the rearview mirror. He didn't move. He just stood there watching me leave. I didn't stop until I hit the highway. When I got home, I showered twice. I didn't sleep for 2 days. I kept the knife next to my bed. I tried to forget it. I told myself it could have been some drifter, maybe someone who lived off-grid. But I knew what I felt. That man had been watching me since the first night, maybe even before that. A few days later, I went online and checked reviews of that cabin again. Buried deep in the reviews, I found one that hadn't been visible before. It had no stars, no pictures, just one sentence. Saw someone in a red cap near the lake. Left early. Didn't feel safe. The cabin listing was gone a week later. I never went back. I never will. I don't go anywhere without cell signal now. I keep the knife in my car. And sometimes, even now, when I'm walking to my apartment late at night, I still feel like I'm being watched. But when I turn around, no one is there. Not yet. I needed a break from everything. Work was draining me every single day. I had no energy left. It had gotten to the point where even my weekends felt like a burden. Everything became dull, even things I used to enjoy. So I decided to get away from the city, away from traffic, from my phone, from my computer, from people. I wanted silence. I wanted space. I didn't care if I just sat in a wooden room staring out a window for hours. That sounded better than anything I was doing in the city. I found this cabin online, listed on a small travel site, not on the usual apps. It was cheap, very basic, but it looked clean in the pictures. It was deep in the mountains, a few hours from the nearest gas station. It was advertised as a total escape. No Wi-Fi, no TV, no service. Just a bed, a stove, a toilet, a heater, and the forest. It was the kind of place someone would book for a few days to detox from everything, and that was exactly what I needed. I booked it for 6 days. I packed light, mostly canned food, bread, water, a flashlight, books, a blanket, a knife, and basic clothes. I also brought a small battery-powered radio, even though I didn't expect to get any channels out there. The drive up was long and quiet. My phone lost service about halfway there. The last hour of the drive was on a narrow, twisting dirt road with no signs. The forest got thicker the higher I went, and the trees leaned over the road like they were watching me. By the time I reached the cabin, it was early evening. The sun was behind the trees, and everything looked dim. The place was small and old, but it looked exactly like the photos. It was made from dark wooden logs. There was a little front porch with one chair. The windows were small. No curtains, just dusty glass. The door creaked when I opened it. Inside, there was one room with a bed, a table, and a stove. The bed was against the wall with a thin mattress and 2 blankets folded at the foot. There was a cabinet with some pots and pans and a few shelves with leftover supplies from past guests. Some matches, a rusty can opener, and a couple of old food cans I didn't trust. There was no bathroom, just a metal outhouse about 30 feet from the cabin. I checked it. It was cold and had a spider in the corner, but it would do. That first night, I made some food, sat on the porch for a bit, and then went to bed early. I didn't even realize how tired I was until I lay down. The silence was so deep it almost hurt my ears. No cars, no humming machines, just the occasional rustle of leaves and the faint crack of branches in the distance. I slept deeply the first night, maybe better than I had in months. But when I woke up the next morning, I had that strange feeling you get when you know something woke you up but you don't remember what it was. It was still dark outside, and the air inside the cabin felt colder than when I went to sleep. I thought maybe the wind had pushed through a crack in the wall or something. I looked around, but nothing seemed different. I wrapped myself in a blanket and waited until it got brighter. I started the day by boiling some water, ate a small breakfast, and walked a little around the cabin. The trees were thick and tall, and they all looked the same. I didn't want to wander too far, especially without a trail or markers. I didn't have a compass or GPS. The ground was covered in leaves, twigs, and pine needles. Everything smelled like cold dirt and wet bark. I stayed close to the cabin and just tried to enjoy the peace. The second night, something woke me up again. This time I heard it. A low, crunching sound outside the cabin, like someone or something walking on the dry leaves. It wasn't close, just off in the woods. I lay there completely still, holding my breath. The sound came and went for a few minutes, then stopped. I didn't hear anything else, so I eventually fell back asleep. I tried to tell myself it was a deer or some animal. That's all it could have been. But the next morning, I saw something that made me feel uneasy. About 10 feet from the cabin, I noticed some of the leaves had been moved around, like someone had kicked or brushed them aside. There were no shoe prints, but there were 2 long, narrow marks in the dirt that almost looked like someone had dragged a stick or something across the ground. I stood there staring at it for a long time. It didn't make sense. It wasn't deep, just enough to be noticed. I tried to push it out of my mind. I spent the rest of the day reading, chopping some small logs behind the cabin, and trying to stay warm. But that night, I couldn't sleep right away. I lay in bed, wide awake, listening for any sound. For a while, it was quiet. Then, just past midnight, I heard something again. It was like metal scraping against metal. Very faint, very slow. Came from behind the cabin. I froze. My knife was under the bed, and I slowly reached down and grabbed it. I waited. The sound came again, scrape, pause, scrape. Then it stopped. I didn't hear anything after that. No footsteps, no wind, just silence. I stayed in bed until the sun came up. As soon as there was enough light, I got up and checked behind the cabin. The metal trash bin I had left by the back wall was tipped over. One of the handles was bent. There were more marks in the dirt. This time, it looked like something sharp had been dragged in a curved pattern, almost like half a circle. I stood there for several minutes, feeling sick. My first thought was a bear, but bears don't drag sharp objects in circles. Then I thought maybe another person was nearby, maybe someone living off the grid. But why would they come here at night, mess with the trash, and make patterns in the dirt? I didn't have any cell service, and I had no way to call anyone. I told myself I could leave if I wanted to. I still had my car, but I had come here to be alone, to get away. I didn't want to run away just because of some weird noise and marks on the ground. Maybe I was just being paranoid, so I decided to stay another night. But I locked the door this time. Not just the knob, I dragged the table in front of it too. I also closed the shutters and put my knife next to the pillow. I lay in bed with my eyes open, staring at the ceiling. Couldn't sleep. Around 1 a.m., I heard it again. This time it was louder. Leaves crunching, a scraping sound. Then something brushed against the outside wall. Just one time, like a palm being dragged lightly across the logs. Then nothing. It was worse than hearing more. I waited in the dark, heart racing, every nerve on edge. But I didn't hear another sound. I didn't fall asleep that night. I waited for the morning light, then got up and walked around the cabin again. This time, there were footprints. Real footprints. Bare feet. No shoes. Human. They came up from the trees and circled the cabin once. I followed them slowly, every hair on my body standing up. They were wide and long, and they stopped right at my window, just under it, and stayed there. There were no prints leading away, just ending there. I went inside, packed everything I could in 10 minutes, and threw it in the car. I didn't even eat breakfast. I didn't clean up. I just got in the car and left. I drove back down that long dirt road as fast as I could without crashing. Every bump and shadow made my skin crawl. When I finally reached the gas station an hour and a half later, I felt like I could breathe again. I asked the guy at the counter if he knew who owned the cabin. He said it changed hands a lot and people always came back from there early. One guy, he said, didn't come back at all. I didn't ask any more questions. When I got home, I deleted the listing from my browser. I threw out the knife, the clothes I wore, even the books I brought. I kept thinking about those footprints, how someone was watching me every night, how they got that close, how they didn't want anything, not money, not food, just to be there. I never went back. I never booked another cabin again, and I never slept right for months after that. had been renting cabins in different places for the past couple years, mostly to get away from everything. I didn't have many friends left by then, and I had burned through a couple jobs from stress. What helped me reset, at least for a while, was getting out into some quiet place, away from traffic and screens and the constant pressure of people needing something from me. The last one I picked was a little cabin in the woods about 25 miles north of a small town called Dunlow. No one I knew had ever heard of it. That was kind of the point. I found it on a listing site and the pictures looked decent. Wooden siding, small front porch, a little stone fire pit out front. It was on a dirt road with no address, just coordinates and some directions from the owner. He told me over email that the nearest neighbor was about 2 miles away and that the place didn't have internet or phone signal. That didn't scare me. It was exactly what I wanted. I packed up enough food for 2 weeks, a couple notebooks, a power bank for my phone just in case, and drove up early in the morning on a Monday. The drive was long and quiet. After I passed the town, the road turned to gravel, and after that it was just dirt and trees. The road got narrower as I kept going, and my car bounced a little on the uneven surface. Branches scratched the sides of the vehicle, and at one point I had to stop and move a fallen branch from the road. Eventually, after turning off onto what looked more like a trail than a road, I saw the cabin through the trees. It was smaller than it looked in the pictures, but it wasn't bad. The porch was a little slanted, and the wood was worn in places, but it looked solid. The trees around it were thick and tall, and there was a little clearing where the sunlight came in and hit the side of the building. No other buildings in sight. No power lines, no sounds except wind and leaves and the occasional bird. The first few days were what I wanted. I sat on the porch and watched the light change on the trees. I made coffee on the little gas stove inside. I went on walks through the woods without thinking about time. There were old paths that cut through the underbrush, probably made by animals. A couple of times I followed one until I didn't feel like going farther, then turned back. I never saw anyone, not even in the distance. The cabin had one main room with a bed, a little table, the stove, and a counter with a sink that worked off a tank under the floor. There was a small bathroom with a toilet that flushed, but the water pressure was weak. It didn't bother me. I kept things simple: beans, rice, oats, bread, canned soup. I rode a little in the evenings and slept early. It felt like I was shedding weight off my shoulders. Slowly, every hour I spent away from everything else. That changed on the 5th night. It was around midnight and I was in bed, half asleep. I hadn't turned the lights off yet because I was reading an old paperback I'd brought. I remember I kept looking at the same page over and over without really reading the words. That's when I heard something outside. It wasn't an animal. I'd gotten used to the sounds of raccoons or maybe deer stepping through the brush. This was slower, more deliberate. It sounded like boots stepping on leaves. Then the noise stopped. I waited. The silence stretched out. I stared at the ceiling. Then, maybe 30 seconds later, I heard the porch creak. One slow creak, then another. I sat up in bed and didn't move. I didn't have a weapon, not even a kitchen knife near me. I just stared at the door, waiting to see if the handle moved or if the sound came again. But after the second creak, there was nothing. I got out of bed slowly and walked over to the window beside the door. There were no curtains, but the light inside the cabin made it hard to see out. I turned off the lamp, stood there with my breath held, and waited for my eyes to adjust. I thought maybe I'd see someone standing there, maybe a hunter who'd gotten lost, but there was nothing. The porch was empty. I didn't sleep much that night. Every little creak of the wood or rustle outside made me sit up. When it got light, I went out and looked around. The dirt near the porch didn't show anything, just some leaves and broken twigs. I walked out to the edge of the clearing and looked down the trail I'd driven in on. No footprints, nothing obvious. I told myself it had to be an animal, maybe a bear, maybe it stood on the porch and left. But that didn't explain the sound of footsteps on leaves before that. I tried to forget it. The next day I stayed busy. I chopped some wood. I swept out the cabin. I walked farther into the woods than I had before, trying to shake off the feeling. I stayed out longer than I planned. When I came back, the sun was almost down. When I got to the cabin, I noticed something right away. The door wasn't shut all the way. I know I locked it. I remember pulling it hard until I heard the click. But now it was open an inch. My heart started pounding before I even stepped closer. I stood there for a full minute, just staring at it. Then I went up and pushed the door open. The cabin was dark inside, but I could smell something different. Sweat maybe, like someone had been inside. I looked around. Nothing was broken. Nothing was missing. My backpack was where I left it. The food was all there, but one of the notebooks I'd left on the table was open, and the pages had been turned. I hadn't written in it since the second day. I always closed it after writing. I didn't have any reason to leave it open, but now it was flipped to a blank page. I left it that way and backed out of the cabin. I didn't have a flashlight, just the fading light outside. I walked around the cabin slowly, listening. I didn't hear anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been inside. Maybe was still watching me. I slept with the chair wedged under the doorknob that night. I didn't even try to sleep much, just laid there in my clothes, waiting for another sound. But nothing came. The next few days were quiet again, but I never felt calm. I kept looking out the window every hour. I barely left the clearing. I moved the car closer to the cabin so I could get in faster if I needed to. On the 8th day, I went out to check the water tank under the cabin. It wasn't running well, and I thought maybe a pipe had come loose. I crouched down under the porch, pulled the panel aside, and froze. There were empty food wrappers under there. A granola bar wrapper, a torn-up plastic bag, and what looked like part of a blanket. I hadn't put those there. I hadn't eaten anything like that. I felt my stomach turn. Someone had been staying under the cabin. I backed out fast and shut the panel. I walked around the cabin again, heart racing, scanning the trees. I shouted out loud, not words, just noise, to scare off whoever might be nearby. Nothing moved, but I knew now I wasn't alone. I wasn't imagining it. I packed a bag that afternoon. I was ready to leave, but when I turned the key in the car, nothing happened. Clicked once, then nothing. I tried again. Same thing. I opened the hood. I don't know much about engines, but the battery cables were loose, like someone had pulled them off and placed them back without tightening them. One was even hanging off the terminal slightly. I reattached them and the car started, but I didn't leave. I don't know why. Maybe I told myself it would be better in the morning. Maybe I didn't want to drive the trail in the dark. Maybe I still didn't want to believe someone was out there watching me. But I stayed. I locked the door again that night and put the chair under the handle. I didn't sleep. I sat at the table with the lights off, listening. Around 3 a.m. I heard it again. Footsteps on leaves. Slow, cautious, then silence. Then the porch creaked. Once, then again. I held my breath. The handle turned, twisted slowly, then stopped. The chair held. I didn't move. I just sat there in the dark, staring at the door. The handle turned again, a little harder. The door bumped against the chair. Then silence. I sat like that for hours. I didn't move until it was light outside. When I opened the door in the morning, nothing was there. But there were boot prints in the dirt. Real ones. Heavy. Deep. They came from the woods, stopped at the door, turned, and went back. I packed everything. Fast. This time I drove out. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I reached pavement again. When I got back to town, I told the owner of the cabin everything. I don't know if he believed me. He said he hadn't had problems before. I didn't care. I didn't want a refund. I didn't want to argue. I just wanted to get back to someplace with people, with locks that worked and doors that didn't need chairs under them. For weeks after that, I couldn't sleep through the night. Every sound made me flinch. Every creak in the floor felt like someone was outside my door again. It's been almost a year now. I still don't know who it was. I don't know how long they were there or what they wanted. Maybe they were just a drifter hiding out. Maybe they thought I wouldn't notice. Maybe they were waiting for me to leave. But the scariest part wasn't when they tried the door. The scariest part was knowing they were already inside once, and I didn't know it. And that whole time I was reading, eating, sleeping, they were under me, listening, waiting. I needed a break from everything: work, people, noise, the kind of stuff that slowly wears you down without you even noticing until you find yourself staring at a wall for hours, not thinking about anything at all. I was tired mentally more than physically. I wasn't burned out, but I could feel the edge of it getting closer. I had saved up some leave from my job, and I figured a quiet few days alone would help reset my head. No phone, no internet, just trees, sky, maybe some hiking, and a small cabin I found online that didn't cost much. It was late October when I packed my car and drove out. The air had that sharpness to it, cold but not freezing, the kind that makes your breath show but still lets you walk around without a coat if you're moving. The cabin was up in northern Minnesota, on a small patch of private land surrounded by woods. The road leading to it was narrow, uneven, and covered in fallen leaves. Once I got there, I realized how far from everything I really was. No houses in sight, no phone signal, no power lines, just that one dirt road and the sound of leaves moving in the wind. The cabin itself was simple. One floor, wood everywhere, floors, walls, ceiling. A small bathroom with an old toilet that needed a few pumps of the handle to flush properly. No shower, just a big steel basin and a jug you could fill with warm water if you boiled it yourself on the gas stove. There was a fireplace and a small stack of chopped wood beside it. A single bed against the far wall. A little wooden table with a chair. A radio that only picked up one static-filled station. No TV, no microwave, just the basics. That first night was peaceful. I lit a small fire, warmed up a can of soup I brought with me, and read a book under a dim lantern until I got tired. The quiet was almost overwhelming, but in a good way. You don't realize how much background noise you live with until it's all gone. No engines, no talking, no distant sirens. Just wind and branches. The second day, I got up early. I made some coffee on the stove and then took a short hike behind the cabin, following a narrow trail that wound through tall trees and opened up to a small, rocky clearing. I sat there for a long while, looking up at the gray sky. When I came back in the early afternoon, I noticed something small. The door to the cabin was shut, but not quite the way I had left it. I usually lock it with a sliding bolt from the inside, but since I was out and knew no one was around, I had just pulled it closed. Now it looked like it had been fully shut with the bolt down. I paused. Maybe I had done it and just didn't remember. I had been tired that morning and maybe I was overthinking it. Still, it stuck in my mind. I walked through the cabin, slowly checking the drawers and the single closet near the bed. Nothing was missing. Nothing looked out of place. Maybe I was just being jumpy. I told myself that even if someone had come in, some curious hunter or someone who knew the area, it wasn't like there was anything to take. There was nothing valuable there. The only real thing of mine was my duffel bag and some food. That night, I had a harder time sleeping. I kept waking up. Around 2 a.m., I thought I heard a soft creak, like a footstep on the wooden floor, but I told myself it could have been the fire settling or the wind pushing on the side of the cabin. I eventually drifted back off. The next morning, I decided to walk out to where the road ended and see if there were any tire tracks or signs of someone else having come up the road. I walked for maybe 30 minutes before realizing I was being ridiculous. Even if someone had come up in a truck or ATV, the fallen leaves and damp dirt would have covered it by now. Still, the feeling didn't go away. When I came back, I noticed something else. My coffee mug, one I had used every morning so far, was in a different spot. I always left it near the stove, but now it was sitting on the windowsill above the sink. Again, I told myself I might have moved it and not noticed, but it didn't feel right. It felt wrong in the smallest, quietest way, like someone had been in the cabin, looked around, and left without touching anything else. I started locking the cabin door every time I went out. Even if I was just stepping outside to get wood or pee in the trees behind the place, I slid the bolt across. At night, I pushed a chair up under the knob too, just in case. I started sleeping with a small pocket knife under my pillow, more for the feeling of security than anything else. That fourth night was when things got worse. I had just settled in for the evening. I cooked some canned chili and sat near the fireplace, eating slowly. I had brought a few old notebooks and was writing some thoughts down. Just random ideas, memories, nothing special. I heard a sound just outside the wall. Not like a branch falling or an animal moving. It was a very soft, scraping noise, like the side of the cabin was being brushed by something hard. It lasted maybe 2 or 3 seconds, then stopped. I waited. It didn't happen again. I stood up, grabbed the lantern, and walked slowly to the door. I listened carefully but didn't hear anything else. I opened the door fast and looked around. Nothing, just the still woods. The firelight behind me made shadows stretch out across the clearing. I stepped outside and walked around the cabin once. No animals, no movement, no sound. I went back inside and bolted the door. That night, I barely slept. The next morning, something happened that made it clear I wasn't imagining things. When I went outside, I noticed the chopped wood pile had been shifted. It was subtle, but the top pieces were different from how I had left them. Some were flipped, some turned sideways. And beside the pile, in the soft dirt, were faint marks. Not full footprints, just smudges. Like someone had stepped there lightly and tried not to leave a print. I walked around the cabin again. Behind it, near the trail, I saw something that made my stomach tighten. A cigarette butt. I don't smoke. And it was fresh, not rained on, not old. Someone had been standing out there, behind my cabin, and smoked a cigarette. Watching, waiting. I spent most of that day sitting inside, staring at the windows. I had this feeling like I was being watched, and every time I looked out, I expected to see someone standing just behind the trees. But no one came. That evening, I didn't cook. I didn't light a fire. I sat in the dark, listening, just waiting. Around 9 p.m., I heard a soft knock on the back wall of the cabin. It was slow, 3 taps, not loud, just gentle, like someone knew I was inside and was testing me. I didn't move. I didn't breathe for several seconds. Then, after maybe a minute, I heard soft footsteps, moving slowly, carefully around the cabin. I heard the crunch of leaves, the soft groan of wood. I sat frozen in the dark. I held my pocket knife tight in my hand, though I knew it wouldn't help much. The steps moved around to the front. Then they stopped. I waited in complete silence for over an hour. Nothing. At some point, I must have dozed off. I woke up at dawn, still sitting in the chair, every muscle in my body stiff. I opened the door slowly and stepped out. This time, there were prints, barefoot. Whoever had come in the night had walked around the cabin with no shoes. The prints were faint but visible in the damp dirt and leaves. Long feet, toes splayed out. They weren't old. They hadn't dried or blown away. I made my decision right then. I was leaving. I packed everything quickly. I barely ate. I loaded up my car in 20 minutes and was about to leave when I realized something that chilled me all over again. My car had been moved. It was subtle. I always parked at a slight angle, facing toward the main path out. But now it was straightened out like someone had gotten behind the wheel and adjusted it. I checked the door, locked just like I left it, but the inside smelled different, like old sweat. I got in, locked the doors, and started driving fast down the dirt road. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I didn't breathe easy until I saw power lines and gas stations again. When I got back to town, I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not really. I just said the trip wasn't what I expected. I returned the cabin key to the rental office and never looked up that listing again. I didn't leave a review. I didn't want someone else to find that place and go through what I did. A week later, I got a letter. No return address, just my name on the envelope. Inside was a single Polaroid photo. It showed me sitting by the fireplace on the second night, reading. The picture was taken from outside the cabin, through the window. It started with a week off work and the idea that I needed to get away from people for a while. I was burnt out, mentally tired, and I wanted to be somewhere quiet with no phones, no emails, no notifications, just some peace and maybe the sound of birds in the trees. So I looked up some rentals that were far off the beaten path. I didn't want one of those big modern places that just happened to be in the woods. I wanted something simple, something with no distractions. I found this small cabin on a rental website. It was about 2 hours from town, out past a few small roads and surrounded by thick forest. The pictures were grainy and didn't show much. but the place looked old and quiet. It had a wood stove, a well for water, and solar panels for a little electricity. The listing said there was no cell service and no Wi-Fi. That was perfect. I booked it for 7 nights. The drive up there was long, and the last stretch was on a gravel road full of potholes. I had to take it slow because the trees on either side grew in close. Branches scraped the sides of my car. The road curved a lot, and there were no signs anywhere. After about 20 minutes on that narrow road, I saw the cabin up ahead, sitting in a small clearing surrounded by trees that looked like they hadn't been trimmed in years. It was mid-afternoon by the time I arrived. The cabin was smaller than I thought. It was made of dark wood that looked almost black in the shade. The roof sloped low and had moss growing across the shingles. There was a narrow porch on the front with a single chair and a table. A small chimney stuck out of the roof near the back. Off to the side was a rusted-out pickup truck that looked like it hadn't moved in years. Behind the cabin, about 30 feet away, I noticed a small wooden shed. It was almost hidden in the trees. The door was padlocked, and the wood looked a little warped from age. Inside the cabin, things were simple. One room, mostly. A bed in the corner, a small wood stove, a counter with a sink, and a few shelves with canned food and basic supplies. There was a tiny bathroom in the back with a composting toilet. A stack of firewood was piled against the wall. I checked the pump over the sink, and after a few cranks, water sputtered out. I opened a window to let in the fresh air, and I just stood there for a while, listening to the forest. No traffic, no voices, no hum of machines. Just the breeze and birds. Felt good. The first day passed without anything strange. I chopped a little wood just to stay busy, took a walk around the clearing, and explored the edge of the woods a bit. That night, I sat out on the porch and watched the stars. It got dark quickly, and by 9 p.m., it was pitch black except for the light from the cabin window behind me. The silence was deep, and even the birds had gone quiet. Took me a while to fall asleep. On the second day, I noticed something odd. When I went around back to gather kindling near the shed, I saw footprints in the dirt. Not mine, these were smaller, maybe from boots or heavy shoes, and they weren't fresh, but they weren't old either. They circled the shed and then led off into the woods. I crouched down and looked closer. The prints didn't belong to any animal. They were definitely human. I didn't think too much of it at first. Maybe the owner or a maintenance guy had been out recently. The listing said the place was cleaned between guests, so I figured someone had been out here before me. Still, it made me feel a little uneasy. I tried the shed door even though it had a padlock on it. Solid. The lock was rusted, but it looked strong. I walked around the shed once. No windows, just 4 wooden walls and the one door. I didn't like how close it was to the cabin. Too close for something you couldn't open. That night, the feeling of being alone really settled in. The trees outside the windows looked darker than before. I kept glancing toward the shed, though I couldn't see it clearly through the back window. I went to bed early, but I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up to little sounds. Twigs snapping, something brushing against the cabin wall, maybe just branches. I told myself it was probably animals or the wind. The third day was cloudy, and the air felt heavy. I stayed inside for most of the morning, reading an old paperback I'd brought. In the afternoon, I walked a little deeper into the woods, not far, just far enough to stretch my legs. I didn't see any signs of trails or other people. No trash, no tire tracks, nothing. Felt like nobody had been back there for years. When I got back to the cabin, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. The shed door was slightly open. The padlock was hanging from the latch, not secured. I know I didn't touch it that morning, and I definitely didn't leave it open. I walked up to it slowly. The door creaked when I nudged it. Inside, it was dark and smelled like dirt and old wood. There were shelves along one wall, a few empty buckets on the floor, and a pile of something in the back corner covered with a tarp. I stepped in carefully. The floorboards groaned under my weight. I pulled the tarp back a little. Underneath were a bunch of tools, rusted saws, hammers, rope, a dirty shovel, some nails in an old coffee tin. I wasn't sure what I expected, but it felt wrong somehow. Not because of what was there, but because of the way it was left. like someone had used all the stuff recently but didn't care to clean up. The rope looked frayed but not rotten. There were scuff marks on the floor like someone had dragged something heavy. I backed out and shut the door. I put the lock back through the latch and snapped it closed again, even though it felt useless now. Something was off about that shed. I kept looking back at it all day like I was waiting for it to move. The sun went down early behind the thick clouds, and I lit a few candles inside. The wood stove popped and cracked as it burned. That night, just past midnight, I woke up suddenly. I couldn't tell why at first. The fire had burned low, and the room was dark except for the faint glow of a single candle. Then I heard it, footsteps outside. Slow, steady crunches in the dirt. They circled the cabin. I stayed still, breathing shallow, trying not to make a sound. The footsteps paused. Then I heard them move toward the back, where the shed was. I waited for what felt like forever. I didn't move. Eventually, I heard nothing but the wind again. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. In the morning, I checked around the cabin. No footprints. The ground was too dry to hold clear tracks. I walked to the shed. The door was still shut, but the padlock was missing. Gone. I opened the door and looked inside again. This time the tarp was pulled all the way back. The tools were scattered. The shovel was gone. The rope was gone. I felt my skin go cold. This wasn't an animal. This wasn't my imagination. Someone else was out here. I packed a bag quickly. I didn't want to stay another night. I threw my gear into the car, but when I turned the key, the engine wouldn't start. Nothing. Not even a click. I popped the hood and stared at it like I knew what I was doing, but I don't know much about cars. I checked the battery cables. They looked fine. No obvious damage. I tried again. Dead. There was no cell service. No way to call for help. The only road out was the one I came in on, and it was too far to walk with night coming again. I went back inside and locked the door. I pushed the small table against it and stacked some firewood under the window. I still had some food and water. I just needed to wait until morning and then I'd walk out. That night was worse than any before. Around 2 a.m., I heard movement outside again. This time it was louder. Branches breaking. Something scraping along the side of the cabin. I stayed on the floor behind the bed, heart pounding. Then I heard the back door rattle. It wasn't locked well, just a simple latch. Clicked once, twice, like someone was testing it. Then silence. And then a loud knock. Just one. Then nothing. I stayed there until the sun came up. When I opened the back door, I saw footprints in the dirt. Barefoot. Human. They led from the shed to the back of the cabin, then off into the trees. I followed them a short way but stopped when I saw something hanging from a branch about 20 feet in. A noose, made from the rope that had been in the shed, freshly tied. I turned and ran back to the cabin. I packed a backpack with only what I needed: food, water, flashlight, knife. I left everything else behind. I locked the cabin door behind me even though it felt pointless. I started walking down the gravel road. I didn't stop to rest. Every time the wind moved the trees, I flinched. It took me almost 5 hours to reach a point where I got a signal. I called a friend and told him to come get me. I didn't explain everything on the phone. I just said I had car trouble and needed help. He picked me up an hour later near a road marker. I didn't look back once. I never told anyone the full story. I left a message with the rental site saying the cabin wasn't secure and someone had broken in. They took it down the next week. I don't know if they went out there to check, or if they just took my word for it. I never went back. A month later, I got a call from a detective. They found the old truck near the cabin had blood on the seat. It had been reported stolen 15 years earlier. The shed had a false... I went up to the cabin alone that weekend. It was early October. The trees had started changing colors, and most of the leaves had already fallen. I had just finished a rough stretch of long work weeks and needed to clear my head. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just packed my stuff, loaded up my old pickup, and made the drive out to the forest. The cabin was a small place my uncle used to own before he passed away. It had no electricity, just a propane stove, a small fireplace, and an old hand pump for water. I hadn't been there in over 2 years, but I remembered it being peaceful, quiet, and far from everything. That's what I wanted: no noise, no phone, no people. The last hour of the drive was down gravel roads that twisted through pine and oak woods. After a while, the gravel turned to dirt. I kept driving until the trees got thick and close to the road, and then I saw the narrow path that led off to the left. I almost missed it. The grass had grown up high over the tracks. It didn't look like anyone had driven down there in a long time. I bumped along the overgrown path until the trees opened up to the clearing where the cabin sat. It looked the same: the brown logs, the slanted tin roof, and the little porch with the broken rail. A pile of old firewood was still stacked on the side of the porch, most of it gray from weather, and some of it covered in moss. I parked by the side and turned off the truck. The silence hit me right away, just the breeze and leaves. I sat there for a minute, looking at the place. It was quiet, still, nothing moved. I took a breath and got out. I unlocked the cabin and went inside. The air smelled like dust and pine. Inside was dark and cooler than outside. There were cobwebs in the corners, and dead leaves near the door. A mouse had chewed a hole in one of the bottom cupboards. There was an old couch near the fireplace, a table with 2 chairs, and a small bed pushed up against the back wall. I dropped my bag on the table and went back out to bring in my food, sleeping bag, and tools. I had brought a couple of propane canisters, a small solar lantern, and a shovel. I also had my .22 rifle just in case. I didn't expect any trouble, but it always made me feel better having it nearby. That first day, I cleaned the place up. I swept the floors, aired out the bedding, and patched a screen that had ripped open on one of the windows. I lit the propane stove to test it. It worked fine. I boiled some water and made instant coffee. Later, I walked around the woods behind the cabin, followed the trail that led down toward the creek, and checked for signs of animals. I found deer tracks and old bear scat, but nothing fresh. Felt good being out there. By the time the sun started to go down, I had a small fire going in the fireplace. I read a little by lantern light and then turned in early. I slept through the night fine. No weird sounds, just wind in the trees. The next morning, I woke up at sunrise. I made coffee and sat out on the porch, watching the fog roll low across the ground. It was cold. I could see my breath. I sat there until the sun came out and burned off the fog. I had brought some oatmeal and dried fruit. I ate and then started chopping some of the older logs to make better firewood. After a few hours of work, I went down to the creek with a small metal bucket and filled it up with water. I came back, filtered it, and set it on the stove to boil. That was when I heard the sound. It was faint like a creak, came from behind the stove. At first, I figured it was the metal settling from the heat. I kept cooking and didn't think too much of it. But a little while later, I heard it again. This time it sounded like something scraping against the wall behind the stove. Not loud, but clear. I stood there holding the spoon, listening. It stopped. I moved the kettle off the burner, crouched down, and looked behind the stove. There was maybe a 4-inch gap between the back of the stove and the log wall. I saw some dust and cobwebs, but nothing moving. I figured maybe a squirrel or mouse had gotten back there. I knocked on the wall a few times and waited. Nothing happened. No scurrying. No movement. That night, after the sun went down, the sounds came back. I was lying in the bed reading when I heard a soft tap. Then a slow scraping sound, like something brushing across wood. It came from the same place, behind the stove. I sat up and looked toward the kitchen. I didn't move for a long time. The sound stopped again. I stayed awake longer than usual that night, listening. I finally drifted off sometime after midnight. The next day, I moved the stove. Took some effort. I had to disconnect the propane line and slide the heavy metal body forward. When I did, I found a large pile of dried leaves and twigs behind it, like some small animal had made a nest. There were droppings too, long, black ones, probably from a rat. But something about it didn't look right. The leaves were packed in strange, tight layers, almost like they had been woven. It looked too neat. I didn't see any holes in the wall, though. Nothing obvious. No tracks on the floor either. I used a stick to push the debris out and then swept it up and threw it outside. I patched a small gap under the floorboards with steel wool. I figured if something was sneaking in at night, it had to be through a hole I couldn't see. That afternoon, I kept busy chopping more wood and doing some trail clearing behind the cabin. I found an old plastic bucket buried halfway in the dirt, full of rusted nails and bolts. Looked like someone left it there a long time ago. I left it near the shed out back and came in when the light started to fade. I cooked soup on the stove and kept the lantern low. Around midnight, I heard the noise again. This time it was louder. It wasn't just scratching now. It sounded like something thumping softly against the wall. Slow, spaced out, but steady. Thump, pause, thump. I got out of bed and picked up the rifle. I walked over to the stove and crouched down. I didn't see anything. I held still and waited. The sound stopped again. I didn't sleep much after that. The next day, I walked the full perimeter of the cabin. I checked the underside where the foundation logs rested on the blocks. There was one small gap where the dirt had eroded under one corner. It was tight, but maybe something could squeeze through. I filled it in with rocks and packed dirt. I also cleared out the space under the porch and blocked it off with broken boards. That night was worse. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to what sounded like something brushing across the inside of the wall behind the stove. Then it shifted, and the sound moved to the wall behind the bed. That made no sense. There was no crawl space. The walls were solid log. But the sound kept moving, from behind the stove to behind the bed, then back again. I got up and turned on the lantern. I stood in the center of the room, holding the rifle, listening. Then I heard something I'll never forget. It was a breath. Just one. A slow exhale, like someone letting out air through their nose. Came from behind the kitchen wall. I stood there for a full minute, frozen. There was no wind, no rain. The cabin was dead silent. I stayed up the rest of the night with the lantern on. In the morning, I made a decision. I packed up my gear, locked the cabin, and drove into the nearest town about 30 miles away. I found a hardware store and bought a heavy-duty flashlight, more steel wool, a pry bar, and a trail cam. I came back that afternoon and placed the trail cam pointing at the stove. I aimed it low to cover the floor and set it to record when it detected motion. I also wedged the flashlight between some books on the table and aimed it toward the kitchen area. Then I set up a sleeping spot in the truck instead of the cabin. That night, I left the cabin dark. I sat in the truck with a blanket wrapped around me and the .22 on my lap. Around 3 a.m., I heard the noise again. From inside, clear as day, the sound of something dragging itself slowly across the wood floor. I didn't go in. I waited until morning. When I checked the trail cam, there was one new clip. It was only 12 seconds long. At first, I didn't see anything. The video was dark and grainy, but then I saw something move near the bottom corner of the stove. It looked like a hand. Not a full hand, just a few fingers. Dirty, slow, and dragging across the floor. Then the motion stopped. That was it. I played the video 10 times. It wasn't an animal. The shape was too human, but it was low to the ground, like someone crawling. There was no hole in the wall, no trapdoor. I checked everything again. The logs were solid. No seams, no signs of rot or gaps. And yet somehow something had gotten in, or had been there all along. That afternoon, I tore up 2 of the floorboards near the stove. Underneath was a shallow crawl space, about 2 feet deep. Not enough for someone to live in. But when I crawled down with the flashlight, I found something else. Tunnel. It was maybe 18 inches wide and ran straight under the wall and into the hill behind the cabin. Someone had dug it out. There were wooden support beams and parts of old cloth wedged in the dirt. I followed it 10 feet before I got nervous and backed out. That evening, I packed up for good. I took the trail cam, my gear, I rented the cabin on a Wednesday afternoon. It was a quiet, dull day, overcast skies with no sunlight, and the trees looked tired, like they'd been through a long storm. The cabin was deep in the woods, about a 30-minute drive from the nearest town. The road leading to it was barely wide enough for my truck. On both sides were tall trees, mostly pines, and a lot of dead leaves scattered across the ground. The kind of place that felt abandoned even though it wasn't. I had been burned out from work for months. I worked in IT for a security company, mostly remote, but the mental load was still heavy. I wanted peace. Somewhere without notifications, alerts, meetings. Somewhere with no people. Just quiet. That's what I paid for. The cabin had one bedroom, a small kitchen, a bathroom with a weak water heater, and a porch out front with 2 wooden chairs that looked like they hadn't been used in years. The windows had wooden shutters, and the back of the cabin faced a slope that led down into thicker woods. No signal, no Wi-Fi. That was part of the appeal. When I settled in, I unpacked only the basics. Some dry food, a sleeping bag, a flashlight, some books, and a small gas burner I brought just in case the stove didn't work, which it didn't. I wasn't planning to do much. Just read, walk a little, cook simple stuff, maybe sleep longer than usual. The first night was uneventful. Cold, but I was expecting that. The cabin had a small wood-burning stove, and there was chopped wood stacked behind the porch. I started a fire and kept it going till midnight. The wind picked up at some point, and the sound of the trees swaying and leaves blowing against the cabin walls kept me up. But I didn't feel anything wrong. Not yet. The next morning, I got up early and made some coffee using the gas burner. I took it outside to the porch and sat in one of the creaky chairs. The air was colder than I expected. The woods were quiet. No birds, just wind. I looked around and saw something I hadn't noticed when I arrived. There was a narrow trail about 10 yards from the left side of the cabin. It looked like it had been used recently. The leaves were flattened, and the soil looked slightly disturbed. I didn't think much of it. Could have been from the owner checking the property. Or maybe animals. I finished my coffee and went back inside. Around noon, I went for a short walk. I didn't go far, just along the gravel road that led to the cabin. I didn't want to get lost. I didn't bring any maps or a compass. I figured I'd just stay near the road. On the way back, I noticed fresh boot prints near the trail by the cabin. They weren't mine. My boots had a different pattern. These were deep, wider apart, like someone with a longer stride. It made me pause. I looked around but didn't see anyone. Inside the cabin, I sat by the stove for a long time just thinking, trying not to make a big deal out of it. But something felt off. I didn't see a car pass by. The road wasn't exactly welcoming, and unless someone was hiking through, I couldn't figure out why someone would be walking around here. That evening, I stayed inside. Didn't go out to the porch. Just stayed near the stove, read part of a book, and tried to focus on anything else. Around 9 p.m., I heard footsteps outside. Not heavy, slow, not close either. Just far enough to make you wonder if you heard them at all. They stopped after a few seconds. I stood still, holding my breath, waiting to hear more. But it was quiet. I didn't sleep well that night. Every creak, every gust of wind tapping a branch against the roof made me open my eyes. The next morning, I stepped outside right after sunrise. Dew was all over the ground, and it was colder than the day before. I walked around the side of the cabin and looked at the trail again. There were prints. Again, the same pattern, same direction. It was like someone had walked past the cabin during the night. From left to right, I followed the trail a little way but didn't go too deep. It kept going into the woods, bending behind some dense undergrowth. I turned around. I tried not to let it get in my head. Told myself it was nothing. Maybe a hiker, maybe a hunter. I even checked the glove compartment in my truck for a flare or anything, but I had nothing except an old penlight. That night, it was the same. A little after 10, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they were slower, more deliberate. I could feel them before I could hear them. That strange, tight feeling in your chest when you know something's wrong. The next morning, I noticed the prints had doubled back. Like whoever it was walked past the cabin again, but then came back the same way. The prints overlapped slightly. It didn't look like they stopped, just turned around. Still, it made my stomach feel tight. By now, I was losing sleep, eating less. I couldn't focus on the books anymore. I spent most of the day sitting by the window, looking at the trail, checking the trees for movement. On the fourth night, I decided to stay up. I made coffee at 8, kept the lights off, and sat on the floor by the window with a blanket wrapped around me. At 2:13 a.m., I saw him. He wasn't carrying a flashlight, no backpack, just a man walking slowly along the trail. I could only see his silhouette, but he was tall and thin, maybe 6 feet or more. He didn't stop. He didn't look toward the cabin. He just walked past, from left to right, same direction as before. I stayed completely still. My heart was racing. I watched him disappear behind the trees. Then nothing. Silence. I waited until sunrise before I moved. My legs were numb, and my eyes hurt from staying open so long. I opened the door and stepped outside, half expecting to see him standing nearby. But no one was there. The trail had the same prints. Fresh. That day, I packed up some of my things. I didn't want to leave just yet, but I wanted to be ready if things got worse. That night, the man came back, but he didn't walk past the cabin. He stopped. I heard the footsteps as usual, but this time, they paused right beside the cabin. I didn't dare look out the window. I sat by the stove, frozen. The sound of breathing, faint but close. I heard one slow step, then another, and then nothing. I waited until morning to look outside. This time, the prints stopped right at the porch. 2 of them, facing the front door. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have a phone signal, no weapons, no idea who this person was or why they kept coming back. I kept thinking maybe it was harmless, maybe someone just passing through. But that didn't explain the stopping, the way they stood at the porch. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I drove into town. I found a small general store, bought a burner phone, a pocket knife, and some canned food. I asked the cashier if anyone lived near the cabin, just casually. He said not really, not for miles, just trees and land nobody uses. He asked if everything was okay, and I just nodded. I didn't want to explain. I went back to the cabin, feeling worse. That night, it rained. I thought maybe that would keep him away. I sat in the same spot, lights off, blanket wrapped around me, burner phone in my lap with 911 ready to dial. At 1:47 a.m., I saw movement again. He was back. No raincoat, just walking slowly in the rain, head down, hands in his pockets. He walked to the porch again. He stood there for minutes. He didn't knock. He didn't say anything. He just stood there. And then, for the first time, he walked up the steps. I gripped the phone so hard I thought it would crack. I hovered my thumb over the call button, but he didn't try to open the door. He just stood at the top of the porch for almost 5 minutes. And then he turned around, walked down, and disappeared into the woods again. That was the moment I knew I had to leave. At sunrise, I packed everything in silence. I barely stopped to eat, threw stuff into the truck, and didn't bother locking the cabin. I drove out fast, tires skidding on the wet gravel. I didn't stop until I was 2 towns away. I stayed in a cheap motel for 2 nights. Couldn't sleep there either. Kept looking out the window. Eventually, I went home, back to the city, back to the noise and the people and the artificial lights that kept the darkness away. I never told anyone what happened. Weeks passed. I checked the burner phone now and then. Nothing strange. But one morning, about a month after I came back, I got a letter in my mailbox. No return address, no name, just a photo inside. It was a picture of the front of the cabin, taken at night, from the trail. The porch light was off, but you could still see the outline of a man, standing at the edge of the porch, facing the camera. And even though it was dark and blurry, I knew he was looking right at me. It started off like something normal, something people do all the time to get away from the noise of life. I had been working almost nonstop for the last 8 months, barely taking weekends off. It wasn't some big city corporate job. I'm not that kind of guy. I do carpentry and home repair, mostly solo. But jobs kept coming in and I kept taking them, partly because I liked staying busy and partly because I didn't know how to slow down. My phone was always ringing. Something always needed fixing. So in late October, when things finally quieted down a little, I told myself I'd take a week away. Just me and nature, no phone, no noise, no people. A guy I knew from work told me about this cabin he and his cousin had used a couple of years ago. Said it was way up north near a lake, off a gravel road that barely shows up on GPS, secluded. Simple. He gave me the name of the place and said if I called the owner and gave his name, I'd get it cheap. I made the call, wired over the payment, got the access code to the little lockbox with the key, and wrote down the directions on paper. The guy who owned it was older, friendly on the phone, and kind of proud that the place was old school, no Wi-Fi, no smart anything. That was perfect for me. I wanted to shut out the whole world for a bit. The drive up took about 5 hours. I left early in the morning, stopped once for gas and snacks, and didn't see much traffic after the first couple of hours. Once I hit the gravel road, it was nothing but trees and the occasional deer. The air got cooler and cleaner. My shoulders actually relaxed a little for the first time in weeks. The cabin was just like he described. Small, plain, made of rough timber. There was a narrow porch out front, 2 windows on either side of the main door, and a little shed about 20 feet off to the side. The key worked. I let myself in and closed the door behind me. The inside had this musty smell of wood and dust, but not in a bad way. It was just untouched. There was a little wood stove, a table with 2 chairs, an old couch, and a small kitchen with a propane-powered fridge. No microwave. The bathroom was tiny, with an old toilet and a shower that looked like it hadn't been used in months. But there was hot water and everything worked. There were 2 small bedrooms. I picked the one with the window facing the lake, which you could barely see through the trees. I dropped my bags, cracked open a bottle of water, and stood there in the silence, realizing how quiet the world could be when you're really alone. It was almost too quiet. I told myself I'd get used to it. The first couple of days were exactly what I needed. I spent time reading, cooking simple meals, walking down to the lake, and taking naps in the middle of the day. The air felt sharp in my lungs. I brought a small hatchet and chopped some wood just to stay busy. The evenings were cold, so I kept the stove going. But on the 4th day, something changed. It started in the evening, just before dark. I had been out by the lake most of the afternoon, just walking along the shore, thinking about work, life, all the things I was trying to forget for a few days. When I got back to the cabin, I noticed something right away. The door was cracked open. I know I had locked it. I always lock it. I made a habit of it. I remember pulling the key from the hook inside, turning the deadbolt, and double-checking it before heading out. My first thought was that maybe I didn't pull the door shut hard enough. Maybe the wind pushed it open. But the wind wasn't strong that day, and that door needed a real tug to close. I stepped inside, and everything looked the same. No signs of anyone. Nothing knocked over. Nothing taken as far as I could tell. But still, something felt off. I checked the back door, which led out to a little clearing near the trees. That one was still locked from the inside. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe the lock didn't catch fully. Maybe I was just being paranoid. But that night, I couldn't sleep well. Every little creak in the cabin stood out more. The stove popping, the wind brushing the trees outside. I kept the axe beside my bed. The next morning, I walked around the cabin slowly, checking the area. There were boot prints in the dirt near the porch. They weren't mine. They were wider, heavier, and led from the side of the cabin toward the woods. They weren't fresh, maybe a day old, but they weren't there before. My stomach sank. I looked out at the trees, wondering if someone had been watching the place while I was gone. Maybe a hunter? A drifter? The thought of someone breaking in while I was gone started to feel more real. I didn't have any cell signal out there. I thought about packing up and leaving, but I talked myself out of it. It was just one more night. I had one more day left anyway. I could handle that. I didn't go far that day. I stayed close to the cabin. I kept the firewood stocked, stayed busy, cleaned up the kitchen even though it wasn't really dirty. I had this nervous energy I couldn't shake. I locked both doors, closed the windows, and even stacked 2 chairs against the front door before bed. I must have fallen asleep close to midnight. I remember staring at the ceiling for hours, listening for anything strange. When I finally drifted off, it wasn't for long. I woke up around 2 a.m. because of a sound. It wasn't loud. It was quiet, careful, almost like someone trying not to be heard. I lay there in the dark, holding my breath. The sound was coming from outside, near the side of the cabin. Footsteps, slow, steady, moving toward the porch. I sat up and reached for the axe. My heart was pounding so loud I thought it would give me away. The sound of the steps moved to the front, stopped for a few seconds, then came the soft squeak of one of the porch boards. Someone was up there, standing just outside the door. Then the handle turned slowly, like whoever was there didn't want to wake me, but it didn't budge. I had locked it. Then came a slight rattle, then silence. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I just sat there in the dark, listening. After a long minute, the footsteps moved again, this time toward the side of the cabin, then out into the woods. I didn't hear a vehicle. I didn't hear anything else. I stayed awake the rest of the night. When it got light, I went outside. There were fresh boot prints on the porch. I followed them around the cabin and into the woods for about 20 yards until they disappeared into the brush. That was it. I was done. I packed up fast, didn't eat, didn't even sweep up. I threw my stuff into the truck and got out of there. But when I drove back down that gravel road, something strange happened. About half a mile out from the cabin, there was a pickup truck parked just off the side in the trees. Old, rusted, beat up. It hadn't been there when I arrived days earlier. I slowed down just enough to get a look at it, but didn't stop. There was no one in it. It had no plates. I drove the whole way back with one eye on the rearview mirror. When I got into town, I pulled into a gas station and finally checked my phone. Dozens of missed calls and texts. I didn't answer any of them. I just needed to feel like I was around people again. I went home and didn't talk about it for a while. Just kept thinking about that door handle turning, the boot prints, that truck. A couple of weeks later, I got curious and searched the area online. The town near the cabin didn't even have a real police department, just a small sheriff's office. I didn't find anything serious, but I did find a forum thread from a couple years back. Someone talking about strange things near the lake. Break-ins, tools stolen, a missing camper. No conclusions, just theories and old posts. I never went back, never called the owner again. I don't know if it was someone living out in those woods or just a random creep passing through. But whoever it was, they came back the night after I found the door open. I still think about what would have happened if I hadn't locked it properly that night. I haven't gone out to a cabin alone since then. I work, I go home, I sleep light. I check the locks twice now. Sometimes I wake up in the night and listen to the silence, just to be sure, just to make sure no one's at the door. Started out as something simple. I just wanted a break from everything. I'd been working nonstop for nearly 10 months. No vacations, no real weekends. I had picked up a contract job that paid well, but the stress was eating at me. Deadlines, phone calls, emails that never stopped. My neck ached, my eyes burned. I couldn't focus, and I was tired, always tired. I knew I needed to get away from the city, away from people, away from noise. So I went online and looked for quiet cabins deep in the woods. Nothing fancy, just something remote, peaceful, disconnected. I didn't want Wi-Fi. I didn't want electricity. I didn't want to hear traffic or check notifications. I wanted cold air, trees, silence. Something that would feel real. Something that would force me to slow down. I found a listing on an old forum for a remote ranger's cabin deep in the Bitterroot Mountains of Montana. It wasn't a vacation rental. It wasn't even supposed to be available for private use, but someone on the forum had stayed there a few years back after contacting a retired forest ranger who still kept keys. The post said it was bare bones, off-grid, and not really advertised, but if I emailed the old man and asked the right way, he might let me borrow it for a few days. I reached out, and a week later, I was on the road. The old ranger agreed to let me use the cabin for free, just asked that I lock up when I left and not damage anything. He gave me a crude hand-drawn map scanned into a PDF. No GPS coordinates, no marked trails. I had to drive 2 hours past the last bit of cell service, then hike in for another 3. I left my car in a small gravel turnout just off a winding dirt road. There was no sign, just trees. I strapped on my pack, double-checked the map, and started walking. The trail was narrow and overgrown in spots. It looked like no one had walked it in years. I followed a stream for most of the way, occasionally checking the paper for landmarks. A dead tree shaped like a hook, a large flat rock, a split in the trail that led left and down to a dried-out creek bed. The hike was long and steep in places, and my legs were sore by the time I saw the first glimpse of the cabin through the trees. It sat alone on a small ridge, surrounded by pine and spruce. The roof was slanted metal, rusted in places but intact. The walls were grayish-brown, weathered wood with thick seams between the logs. A small porch faced the trail, with 2 wide steps leading up to a heavy wooden door. There was a metal chimney sticking out the top and a single window on the left side with a wooden shutter pulled closed. I noticed there was no sign of power, no wires, no satellite dish, no generator. I stepped up onto the porch, tried the key the ranger had mailed me, and the door opened with a slow creak. Inside was exactly what I expected: dark, musty, simple. One large room with a wooden floor, a cot in one corner, a wood-burning stove, a small table and chair, and some shelves with old supplies. A rusty axe leaned against the wall near a stack of chopped wood. There was a small cabinet in the corner with canned food, beans, peaches, corn, tuna. Nothing fancy, probably years old, still sealed. There was a metal water pump outside, about 30 feet from the porch, and an old outhouse farther back behind the trees. I dropped my pack and sat on the cot. I could feel the quiet pressing in on me like a heavy blanket. No cars, no humming from electronics, just the sound of wind in the trees and an occasional creak of wood. Felt right. That first day, I just unpacked, got a fire going in the stove, made some coffee with my camp stove, and sat on the porch watching the trees sway. I didn't read. I didn't write. I didn't do anything. I just sat. It had been so long since I did that. That night, I fell asleep early. The cot was hard, but I was exhausted. I left the shutter open a crack so I could see the moonlight. The cabin didn't make many sounds at night. Just a little pop from the stove cooling down, the wind outside, the occasional creak from the old wood. Nothing unusual. Felt safe. The second day, I woke up late, stretched, drank water straight from the pump, and decided to explore the area. I followed the edge of the ridge behind the cabin and found an old trail that led down to a dry stream. There were some tracks in the mud, deer probably, maybe elk. I didn't recognize all of them, but they didn't look like anything to worry about. I spent most of the day walking through the forest, trying not to get lost. I didn't go too far. I wasn't an expert hiker, and I didn't want to push it. I got back to the cabin in the late afternoon, made some beans, and sat by the fire as the sun went down. That night, something felt different. I woke up around 2 a.m. I don't know why. Maybe a dream, maybe a sound. It wasn't loud, just enough to stir me. I sat up and listened. It was quiet, but too quiet. The wind had stopped. The trees weren't moving. I looked at the window and realized the shutter was wide open. I was sure I had only left it cracked. I got up, walked over, and gently pulled it closed. My hand paused at the latch. There were marks on the outside of the window frame, scratches, thin but deep, like something had dragged across the wood. I told myself it was just weathering. Maybe an old branch had rubbed against it in the wind. I went back to bed and pulled the blanket tighter. The next morning, I checked the outside of the cabin. There were more scratches. On the left side of the door frame, lower down, like something had scraped the wood while passing by. I didn't hear anything last night. No footsteps, no movement, nothing. But those marks were fresh. I told myself it was probably an animal. A bear maybe, or a raccoon. Something sniffing around, curious. It made sense. Still, I kept the axe closer that night. The third day, I stayed near the cabin. I didn't feel like hiking. I gathered more wood, boiled water, cleaned out the stove, but I kept checking over my shoulder. The quiet now felt different, not peaceful, just still, like something was waiting, watching. That night, I bolted the door tight and double-latched the window shutter. I laid on the cot, staring up at the ceiling, listening. Around midnight, I heard something outside. It wasn't walking. It was slower, dragging maybe, like something moving across leaves and dirt. It stopped and started, sometimes closer, sometimes farther. Then something bumped the side of the cabin, just once, then again. A light knock, then silence. I sat up, holding the axe. My mouth was dry. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I waited. After maybe 10 minutes, I slowly walked to the window and lifted the shutter a crack. I couldn't see anything, just trees, dark shapes, faint moonlight. No eyes, no movement. I stayed there for a long time. Eventually, I climbed back into bed and didn't sleep until morning. The next day, I found something behind the cabin, a small pile of stones, stacked neatly. I hadn't done that. They weren't there before. Someone had been behind the cabin. Someone, not something. I checked the ground. There were no footprints, but the dirt was hard, the needles thick. You could move around without leaving much trace. I felt sick. My stomach turned. I kept looking toward the trees, half expecting someone to step out. But no one came. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the chair with the axe in my lap, a lantern on low flame beside me. The cabin was locked tight, every crack stuffed with rags and spare clothes. I didn't care if I was overreacting. I just wanted to get through the night. Around 1 a.m., I heard movement again, but this time it didn't stay outside. I heard the back wall creak, just a little, like pressure on the logs. Then something brushed against the shutter. Then silence. Then I heard something breathing, slow, shallow, just outside the window, inches away. I sat frozen, gripping the axe so tight my hand went numb. It stayed there for maybe 30 seconds. Then it was gone. I didn't sleep. I didn't move. When the sun finally came through the trees, I grabbed my bag and started packing. I wasn't staying another night. I had enough food to get through the hike back. I'd leave early, walk fast, and sleep in the car if I had to. As I walked out to the porch, I saw something carved into the top step. It hadn't been there before. It was fresh, still pale wood inside the cut. A single word, soon. That was it. I don't know who wrote it. I don't know when, but it was cut deep, clear, like a knife had pressed slowly into the wood. I didn't stop moving after that. I hiked fast. I didn't eat. I didn't take breaks. I kept checking behind me every few minutes. I thought I saw movement once or twice, shadows between trees, but I didn't stop to check. I just kept walking. It took me 4 hours to reach the car. I threw my pack in the back, turned the key, and drove like hell down the dirt road, barely slowing for turns. I didn't breathe until I saw power lines and my cell phone lit back up. I never went back. I didn't tell anyone at first. I had been looking forward to the trip for months. Work had burned me out completely. My phone was constantly buzzing, emails never stopped, and the city noise just felt like it drilled straight into my skull every night when I tried to sleep. I couldn't think straight anymore, and even coffee had stopped working. So I decided to get away from everything for a while. I wanted silence. I wanted to be somewhere so far out that even the wind wouldn't know my name. After looking around online for days, I came across a listing for a cabin in the woods, about 6 hours out from where I lived. It was remote, buried deep in the trees, far from towns and highways. The pictures showed a small, square-shaped cabin with a tin roof, one window in the front, and a plain wooden door. It looked like it hadn't been lived in for a while, but it was clean and well-kept. There was a small kitchen, a bed, a couch, and a wood-burning stove. The ad said it was completely off-grid. No internet, no cell service, and no neighbors for miles. Exactly what I wanted. The place was cheap too, almost suspiciously cheap. But I didn't care. I booked it for 2 weeks. The drive out was long and winding. The paved road turned to gravel after about 3 hours, then dirt after 5. I didn't see another car once I turned off the main road. My GPS stopped working about an hour before I got to the cabin, but the directions I'd printed were easy to follow. I finally arrived in the early evening. The air smelled cleaner than anything I'd breathed in years. It was cold, fresh, and completely silent except for the sound of birds and wind through the trees. The cabin was even smaller than I thought. The door creaked loudly when I opened it. The inside was basic, but not bad. A simple bed with a heavy quilt, a gas stove and a small counter, a table with 2 chairs, and a narrow bathroom with a composting toilet and a little pump sink. The windows were single pane, old and dusty. There was a battery-powered lantern on the table and a few candles. I unpacked, lit the stove, and made some coffee from the small gas kettle I'd brought. The first night, I didn't sleep well. I wasn't used to the silence. It was almost too quiet. Every tiny noise felt loud. The cabin creaked. Trees swayed and tapped against the roof. At one point, something thumped against the wall outside. I sat up in bed, heart racing, holding my breath. But after a few minutes of nothing, I chalked it up to an animal and lay back down. The next morning, I walked around the cabin and found nothing. No tracks, no signs of anyone or anything. Over the next few days, I settled in. I made simple meals, sat on the porch with a book, and walked around the woods nearby. There was a narrow trail that led deeper into the forest, but I didn't go far. I didn't want to get lost. I kept my hikes short and always turned back before sunset. The cabin didn't have a lock on the door, just a basic metal latch, but I kept a hatchet near the bed just in case. It wasn't because I expected anything, it just made me feel better. By the 5th day, I started feeling more relaxed. My chest didn't feel so tight. I was sleeping better. The air, the quiet, the simplicity of it all, it was helping. I didn't miss my phone or the internet. I just read, cooked, chopped wood, and walked. I felt more human than I had in months, until I found the camera. It was under the bed. I wasn't looking for anything. I had dropped my pen, and when I bent down to grab it, I noticed something in the far back corner. It was a small black object, half covered in dust. I reached in and pulled it out. It was a compact digital camera, an old one, maybe 10 or 15 years old. It was scratched but intact. I wiped off the dust and turned it over in my hands. There was still a battery in it. I pressed the power button. The screen flickered on. The battery was low, but the camera still worked. There was a memory card inside. I clicked to the photo gallery. There were dozens of pictures. The first few were harmless. Trees, the cabin, a sunset, a fire pit. It looked like someone had stayed here before and took photos, maybe just for memories. I clicked through more. A deer, a squirrel on the porch, someone's boots on the wooden floor. But then, around the 50th photo, the tone changed. There was a picture of the cabin taken from far away, through trees. Then another a little closer. Then one from the side behind a bush. The cabin's lights were on. The next few showed the same thing, the cabin, but from the outside, always at night, always from a distance. Some were blurry, some angled oddly like they were taken in a hurry. I flipped through faster. Photo after photo, the same thing. Some taken during the day, but most at night. Sometimes it looked like the person was lying in the grass, hiding. One photo stopped me cold. It was taken right outside the window. The same window next to the bed. The shot was angled downward like it was taken while crouching. The lights were on inside the cabin. You could clearly see a figure lying in the bed. It wasn't me. The timestamp showed the photo was from years ago, but it felt wrong, felt sick. I sat there holding the camera, staring at the screen. I couldn't move. The last photo was just black. I clicked it anyway. It wasn't fully black. After a few seconds, I realized there was a shape in it. It was grainy and hard to see, but it looked like a face, close to the lens. No smile, just wide eyes and a pale face staring straight into the camera in the dark. The timestamp was from a year ago. I shut the camera off and set it on the table. My hands were sweating. I stood up, walked around the cabin, and looked out the windows. The woods looked the same as always. Trees, wind, nothing unusual. But now everything felt wrong. Every shadow felt like it was watching me. I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe the last guest was just weird. Maybe it was some artist doing a project. But the pictures didn't feel artistic. They felt obsessive, like someone was watching, stalking. That night, I barely slept. I kept the lantern on and sat up in bed, clutching the hatchet. Every noise outside felt louder. I thought I heard footsteps once, crunching leaves. I waited in silence, holding my breath, but it stopped. Nothing else happened. The next day, I thought about leaving, but my car was low on gas and I didn't want to get stuck in the woods with no service. I told myself I'd stay just one more night, then leave early the next morning. I spent the day packing up what I could, double-checking the car, and trying not to let my mind run wild. But that night, something happened. Around 2:30 a.m., I woke up to a noise. It was soft at first, like shuffling, then a slow, deliberate scrape against the wall. I sat up, heart racing. I turned off the lantern and sat in darkness, listening. There was another noise, a dull knock on the wooden wall near the front door. Not loud, not fast, just one slow knock, then silence. I waited for what felt like forever. My body was frozen. I couldn't move. The knock didn't come again. I slowly reached over and grabbed the hatchet, holding it in both hands. I didn't dare turn on the lantern. I just sat there, ears straining. After about 20 minutes of silence, I started to breathe again. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe a branch, an animal, wind. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I waited until sunrise, then walked around the cabin with my heart pounding. And that's when I saw them. Footprints. Not animal tracks, actual footprints. Bare feet. Human. They were faint but clear enough. They started from the tree line and led straight to the cabin. They circled around the back. They stopped right under the window by the bed, then back to the trees. The prints were deep enough that I could tell they were fresh. Sometime last night, my stomach felt like it dropped through the floor. That was it. I grabbed everything I could, shoved it in the car, and left. I didn't care about the remaining food or my toothbrush or even the camera. I just got in the car and drove, faster than I should have. I didn't stop until I reached the main road and finally got a signal. I didn't go home. I drove straight to a motel and stayed the night there. I kept checking the windows every hour. The next day, I contacted the owner of the cabin through the website. I told them what happened. I didn't hear back. A few days later, the listing disappeared. No reply, nothing. I never found out who was in those photos. I never learned who was outside that night. But the footprints were real. The camera was real. And whoever it was, they had been watching that cabin for a long time. I've never gone camping again. I never will. And sometimes, late at night, when I close my eyes, I still see that final photo, the one with the face. Pale. Watching. Too close to the lens. Like it was right outside the window. Like it still is. I had been planning the trip for months. After spending most of the year stuck behind a screen working from home, I wanted a break from everything. No phones, no internet, no people, just me, some good food, a few books, and the quiet sounds of nature. I found the cabin online through a small, privately owned site that rented off-grid properties. It wasn't fancy. It had a wood stove, a propane stove for cooking, a single bed, and a composting toilet outside. No electricity, no running water, no cell service. That was what I wanted. The listing said the cabin was in the far north of the state, up near some dense woods close to the edge of a national forest. It was deep in a part of the state where you could drive for an hour and not see another person. The road that led to it wasn't even paved the last 8 miles. They said I would need a high-clearance vehicle to reach it. That seemed perfect to me. I rented a Jeep the day before the trip and loaded it with everything I needed: dry food, canned goods, water jugs, a hatchet, extra blankets, a camping stove in case the propane ran out, and a backpack with basic survival stuff. I even packed a first aid kit, a flashlight with extra batteries, and a big hunting knife. I didn't really think I'd need the knife, but I figured it was smart to have it. Took most of the day to drive out there. The paved roads got narrower, then turned to gravel, and then finally became little more than dirt paths. My phone lost signal an hour before I even got near the place. The woods got thicker and the road got rougher. I kept thinking I must be getting close, but it kept going. Trees pressed in on both sides, brushing the sides of the Jeep. Finally, the road opened up just enough to show a clearing. In the middle was the cabin. It looked exactly like the pictures. Small, square, made of old gray wood, and covered in moss in places. There was a short porch out front, a woodpile stacked neatly against one wall, and a rusty-looking metal chimney poking out the roof. A path led around to the back where I could see the outhouse. I parked the Jeep in the clearing and turned off the engine. It got quiet real fast. The kind of quiet you only get in places like that. No engines, no voices, not even the sound of planes overhead. Just wind through the trees, the chirping of birds, and now and then the crack of a branch far off in the woods. I brought my bags inside and locked the door behind me out of habit, even though I knew no one was around. The air inside smelled like wood, old dust, and maybe a bit of mouse droppings. The floor creaked under my boots. The place was cold and dim, but the little windows let in enough light to see. I found the lanterns hanging on the wall and lit one. Then I unpacked, set up my stuff on the small wooden table, and rolled out my sleeping bag on the bed. That first night, I cooked a simple meal on the propane stove, read a few chapters from a book, and turned in early. The wind blew hard outside, and I heard branches hitting the roof, but nothing that made me worry. I was tired. I slept hard. The next morning, I woke up with a bit of a sore back from the thin mattress, but otherwise I felt good. I made coffee on the stove, sat outside on the little porch, and listened to the forest. Everything was exactly as I wanted it to be. Peaceful, still, alone. Around mid-morning, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. I walked a few hundred yards in every direction to get a feel for the land. The trees were thick but not impassable. There were old logging trails here and there, overgrown but walkable. I followed one trail for a while until I got to a shallow stream. The water was clear and cold. I dipped my hands in, then turned back. That afternoon, I chopped some firewood and brought it inside. The temperature had dropped a bit, and the sky looked gray. I figured it might rain, so I made sure the Jeep's windows were rolled up and put a tarp over the gear in the back. That night was when things started to feel strange. It was around 1 or 2 in the morning when I woke up needing to pee. I got dressed and took the flashlight. It was raining lightly. I stepped outside and walked the short distance to the outhouse. As I did, I had the strangest feeling that someone was watching me. Now, I know that sounds like something out of a movie, but I'm being honest. There was no sound, no movement, just this heavy, pressing sense that something was off. I swept the flashlight beam around the trees, but I didn't see anything. I went inside the outhouse, did my business, and came back out as fast as I could. I heard a branch snap in the woods to the left as I was walking back. Loud and clear. Not the wind, not a squirrel. This was something bigger. I froze, holding the flashlight toward the sound. The beam lit up trees, wet leaves, and fog, but no animal, nothing. I hurried back inside and locked the door. I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I told myself it was probably just a deer or maybe a bear, but I couldn't shake the feeling. Something about the way that branch snapped. It didn't feel like an animal just walking by. It felt like it had waited until I was right in the open before moving. I stayed close to the cabin that day. I cleaned up the place a bit, restacked some firewood, and made a hot lunch. I read more, tried to relax, but I kept looking out the window, watching the trees. That night, I kept the lantern burning longer than usual. I went to bed fully dressed, just in case I needed to move quickly. Around 3 a.m., I heard a thump on the porch. Not a branch, not an animal stepping lightly. This was a single, solid thump, like someone had put their full weight on one of the wooden boards. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I listened. For maybe 10 seconds, there was nothing. Then, another creak. Just one. Like a footstep. I reached for the knife next to the bed and held it tight. No more sounds came, but I didn't sleep again. The next morning, I stepped outside and checked the porch. The boards looked normal. No muddy footprints. No claw marks. But when I stepped on one of the boards near the edge, it made the same exact thump I'd heard. Same spot. Same sound. I walked the edge of the clearing looking for prints, disturbed dirt, anything. Nothing. Just damp ground and old leaves. But the feeling was worse now. Couldn't ignore it. Something wasn't right out there. That afternoon, I thought about leaving. The Jeep was parked just a few feet from the cabin. I could have packed up and left before dark. But I didn't. I told myself I was being paranoid, that I needed this break, that I couldn't let a few strange sounds ruin it. But that was a mistake. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat at the table with the lantern burning low, staring at the door, knife on the table, backpack beside me with essentials packed. At exactly 2:40 a.m., I heard the door handle move. Not shake, just move, like someone testing it. I froze. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. The handle turned slightly, then stopped. I waited, still nothing. Then, there was a sound like someone stepping back down the porch steps slowly. I waited another 5 minutes, then blew out the lantern and sat in the dark. I stayed that way till morning. When the sun rose, I checked the door. It was locked, just like I left it. No marks, but the feeling was now something more than fear. It was dread. I decided I would leave right after breakfast. I made a strong coffee, packed everything fast, and loaded it all into the Jeep. As I started the engine, I looked back at the cabin one last time. That's when I saw it. On a tree just at the edge of the clearing, there was a shape, something pinned to the bark. I killed the engine and stepped out. It was a plastic bag. Inside was a torn piece of paper. I opened it. On the paper, written in what looked like a red crayon, were 3 words. You were watched. That was it. No name, no threat, just those words. I didn't even take the paper. I dropped it and got back in the Jeep. I drove faster than I should have down that dirt road, bouncing over rocks and branches, until I got to the gravel road. I didn't stop until I reached the first gas station 2 hours away. I told the clerk there what happened. He just looked at me and said the woods out that way were private land in some spots, and people sometimes get territorial. Said maybe it was just someone messing with me. I didn't say anything else. I just nodded and left. I never told anyone else about it. Not officially. I didn't call the owners of the cabin or the sheriff. I just wanted to forget it, but I can't, because someone was out there. Someone followed me, watched me, waited until I was alone in the middle of nowhere, and then let me know just how close they'd been the whole time. And the scariest part is they didn't want to hurt me. They just wanted me to know.